Chapter 998. Oh my God! It's Shen Hu. Voices filled with astonishment caused the entire coiled dragon stage to burst into an uproar. Everyone's pupils constricted, and their faces were filled with shock. The master of the Shen family on the host's platform suddenly stood up. At the same time, more than 10 members of the Shen family quickly leaped down and dashed toward the public square. Young Master Shen Hu, an old man, helped Shen Hu up and examined him. He saw that Shen Hu's eyes were lifeless, and he was trembling as if he had suffered an unprecedented blow. It would have been fine if he didn't look, but when he did, the old man was shocked. His expression changed abruptly, and his trembling gaze turned to the master of the Shen family on the host's platform. Master, young Master's street tree has been destroyed. What? Boom! As soon as he said that, the entire audience was in an uproar again, especially the members of the Shen family. Their minds were struck by a bolt from the blue. Their faces were pale, and they were both shocked and furious. The street tree was destroyed, and it became a cripple. It would be extremely difficult to condense the seed of Tao again. Many people frowned, clenched their fists, and shook their heads secretly. A genius was destroyed just like that. Who did it? The master of the Shen family roared angrily. His eyes were scarlet, and his ice-cold gaze swept across Su Lingzu, Song Xiao, and the other geniuses in the audience. Everyone's expression changed. Everyone could feel the chilling intent coming from the other party. Su Lingzu's expression didn't change much. Her beautiful eyes raised slightly, and she subconsciously glanced at Chu Hen, who was in the audience diagonally opposite. How ruthless! He even destroyed the street tree. This is even more cruel than killing him with a sword. Zhang Shu shook his head and sighed. The speaker didn't mean anything, but the listener was listening attentively. Long Xuan, Yi Yao Mu Feng, and the others couldn't help secretly observing Chu Hen. From start to finish, Chu Hen's expression was extremely calm, without the slightest bit of surprise. Obviously, this matter was very clear. However, everyone understood tacitly and did not deliberately ask. After all, they knew very well that there was a reason why Chu Hen would be so ruthless. Is this a provocation to our Whale Island city? The Lu family's genius, Lu Yan, had a cold look in his eyes, but there was a slight smile on his face. Shui Feng sneered, "You can't blame others for being inferior." Qi Juexin narrowed his eyes with great interest. Hee, it's getting more and more interesting. This fish is really restless. Lu Yan and Shui Feng were stunned, and then they seemed to understand something, and their eyes glowed with understanding. The anger of the Shen family's patriarch made the atmosphere rather tense. Everyone below didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. However, at this moment, City Lord Qi Ming spoke indifferently. Since the Heavenly Talisman battle is a competition, it's hard to avoid accidental injuries. Life and death are up to fate, and riches and honor are up to the heavens. Why is the patriarch of the Shen family so angry? Although Qi Ming's tone was very calm, the Shen family's patriarch's expression immediately changed, and he immediately realized how foolish his actions were. City Lord is right. I've lost my composure. Qi Ming looked up slightly, then stood up and said, "Everyone, fists and legs have no eyes, and the power of runes is extremely dangerous. Those who are injured in the Heavenly Talisman battle will have to take responsibility for themselves, and no one is allowed to pursue the matter afterwards." City Lord is wise. Everyone below the stage responded in unison. With Qi Ming's words, the tense atmosphere immediately dissipated, and all the foreign competitors felt relieved. The first round of the battle had ended. After the atmosphere had more or less stabilized, Shui Zhen, who was in charge of the competition, announced loudly, "The first elimination round of the Heavenly Talisman battle has ended, and I believe everyone here hasn't watched enough. But don't be anxious. The second round will begin in 4 hours. Wow." In an instant, the entire audience burst into cheers and cheers. "Haha, the second round will begin today?" I thought we'd have to wait until tomorrow. The second round will definitely be exciting. It was obvious that everyone was already impatient, and all the competitors who advanced to the next round were moved. If the first round of the advancement round was merely a basic challenge, then the second round was definitely a battle of strength and a test. I believe that 4 hours is enough for everyone to adjust their state of mind. Let me briefly explain the theme of the second round. Shui Yuan's voice was loud and clear, powerful and resonating. The theme is one-on-one battles, and the winner will advance to the next round, and the loser will be eliminated. One-on-one battles? Everyone was slightly startled. Shui Zhen continued, "Of course, during the battle, you can only use the rune technique and not the slightest bit of martial arts power. As for the specific rules, I'll explain them in detail in 4 hours. For now, everyone can move around and rest as you wish." After Shui Zhen finished speaking, the crowd dispersed amidst the hubbub. City, Lord Qi Ming, and the 4 family heads also walked down the platform, and then ascended a luxurious sea viewing pavilion on the Holy Serpent Island. Most people stayed on the Holy Serpent Island. After all, not only was the island large, but its environment was also very good. A small number of people rode on flying demonic beasts' back to Whale Island City to rest. The first round really wasn't that satisfying. I couldn't even see what was happening inside the black illusory pagoda. Yeah, I wonder who crippled Shen Hu. I guess it was Su Lingzhu. Both of them are in the 4th district. No, it wasn't Su Lingzhu, it was someone else. After leaving the coiled dragon terrace, Chu Hen's party found a quiet place to rest. "Brother Chu Hen, aren't we going back to the inner city?" Zhang Shu asked. "Why would we go back? It's only 4 hours, we can just stroll around here." Qiao Shaowan answered, then turned to Yao and said, "Are we going to the beach to play?" "Yes." Yi Yao readily agreed. Following that, the 2 girls happily walked around the beach with a black and white cat. The cool seawater rushed over and covered their footprints, leaving behind small puddles. Chu Hen smiled, then turned to Jing Shu and said, "Brother Zhang, if you have something else to do, you can go back first." "Haha, I came here alone, so I'll go back with you guys." Moreover, the second round of the competition is extremely exhausting, so it's better to rest here. As Zhang Shu spoke, he glanced around. "I hope I don't meet those people. Otherwise, I won't be able to make it to the last round." The "those people" he mentioned naturally referred to Qi Juexin, Su Lingzhu, Lu Yan, Song Xiao, and the others. Similarly, Long Xuanshuang, Haozi, and the others were actually secretly worried about Chu Hen. Putting aside the martial path realm, Chu Hen's rune technique realm was still stuck at the Earth Pattern Master level, while Lu Yan, Song Xiao, Su Lingzhu, Qi Juexin, and the others had already reached the Heavenly Pattern Master level. The difference between the two was obvious. The rules of the second round seemed to be deliberately targeted at Chu Hen, although this system had been used since ancient times. Chapter 999. For hours passed in the blink of an eye, the resonant and vigorous sound of a bugle horn spread throughout the sacred flood Dragon Island, signifying that the second round of the Heavenly Talisman battle was about to begin. The crowds of people scattered around the island, resting and having fun, gathered in the plaza of the coiled dragon terrace. After a simple rest, Chu Hen and Zhang Shu returned to the coiled dragon terrace under the accompaniment of Shifeng Zi, Long Xuanshuang, and the others. Compared to the first round, the number of spectators in the spectator stands didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. The black mass of people was magnificent and majestic. Everyone outside the arena cheered, raising their arms high and shouting loudly, "Whale Island City will win. Zhongyuan Castle is the strongest. Yi City go. Giant Crocodile Bay is mighty." The crowds of spectators waved their flags and cheered loudly. In terms of momentum, Whale Island City and Zhongyuan Castle were the loudest and most resounding. Amidst the crowds of spectators, the eyes of the popular contestants were blazing with pride, as if they were flood dragons about to go out to sea. eager to give it a try, City Lord Qi Ming and the 4 patriarchs had already taken their seats in the northern host stand. These were all people who could cover the sky with a single hand in Whale Island City, and all of them had glowing faces. Only the Shen family's patriarch had a gloomy expression due to Shin, who's crippling. His cold eyes were surging with a bit of resentment. The second round of the competition is about to begin. All unrelated personnel are to immediately leave the arena. The Shui, family elder in charge of the competition, Shui Zhen, waved his hand, his tone undeniable. Very soon, the scattered crowd in the plaza quickly retreated to the spectator stands. In the blink of an eye, the only thing left on the empty plaza platform was the lifelike flood dragon sculpture in the center. Shortly after, Shui Zhen gave a meaningful look to the senior managers behind him. The few of them understood. Then, their figures flashed, and they appeared on the square. At the same time, more than a dozen figures with powerful auras landed at the edge of the plaza, under the gazes of tens of thousands of spectators. The group of people simultaneously erupted with an astonishing Reiki energy. A strong gust of wind rose, and a cyclone swept in all directions. The Reiki energy released by the group of people was like balls of rising golden flames. It was more than 10 times stronger than the first round when they summoned the 4 black fantasy towers. What are they doing? Xiao Xiaowan, who had returned to the audience seats, asked. Set up the barrier. Zhang Shu, who was at the side, answered as he had some understanding of the situation. Barrier? Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. There were at least 7 or 8 heavenly rune masters among the 20 or so people present. Such a powerful lineup, all for the sake of setting up a barrier. Judging from the Reiki energy fluctuations it produced, it was likely that the power of this barrier was enough to suppress any expert below the ancient realm of Wuxiu. Rise! Suddenly, the few middle-aged men in the lead shouted loudly. In an instant, a surge of Reiki energy spread over the entire coiled dragon platform like a tide. The other rune masters also exerted their strength at the same time, and thousands of gorgeous runes flew up. Crack! The stone bricks shattered and the ground cracked. Below the audience seats, on the ground at the edge of the plaza, pieces of solid stone walls emerged one after another. The stone walls that emerged from the soil were connected from the front to the back, end to end, like dominoes. They directly formed a circle on the plaza, forming a special arena. Gorgeous runes and secret scrolls circled the stone walls like vines of light. The height of the stone walls was only about 1 meter, but it gave people the feeling that there was a safe distance between the audience seats and the arena. The diameter of the arena was more than 500 meters, and the area it occupied was more than 2/3 of the entire area of the coiled dragon platform. For rune masters, this arena was, after all, quite spacious. After all, compared to Wuxiu, the frequency of movement of rune masters was relatively low, with the boundary wall as the boundary. Shui Zhen said loudly, "The inner area will be the arena for the second round of the Heavenly Talisman Battle. All participants within the boundary will be unable to use true origin energy. This is also the main rule of this round of the competition." After a pause, Shui Zhen continued, "Then, all the participants of the first round, please enter the boundary wall." Noises rose up one after another. One by one, figures with extraordinary auras walked down the audience seats and into the arena. "Brother Chu Hen, let's go," Zhang Shu said. His eyes flickered with a fiery light. Chu Hen nodded, and the two of them immediately entered the arena. When Chu Hen stepped into the boundary wall, a strange force immediately surged into his body. In the next instant, Chu Hen only felt that the true origin energy in his dantian had all fallen into a state of stillness, as if it was completely frozen, and could not be used at all. Not only was his true origin energy suppressed to the point that it could not be used, but even the power of the bloodline boundary was difficult to use. I see. Chu Hen was secretly surprised. It turned out that the purpose of this barrier was to prevent people from using martial path true essence during the competition. After all, there was no lack of spirit and martial dual cultivation geniuses in this world. In this way, the fairness of the heavenly talisman battle could be ensured. Many participants of the first round entered the arena one after another. At a glance, there were more than 100 people. In the second round of the competition, at least half of the participants would be eliminated. In other words, there would be about 50 to 60 people participating in the third round of the competition. I heard that your first challenge is the most difficult rune? The genius of the Lu family, Lu Yan, looked at the genius of the Zhongyuan castle, Song Xiu, with a hint of ridicule. Song Xiu wore a bamboo hat on his head, so his expression could not be seen clearly. He did not reply to Lu Yan. A frivolous smile appeared on Lu Yan's face as he shook his head and said, "Let me remind you, out of goodwill, don't overact." Song Xiu still did not speak. On the other side, the genius of the Shui family, Shui Feng, also looked at the Zhongyuan castle's Su Lingzu with a haughty and provocative gaze. Su Lingzu's eyebrows relaxed, and her eyes were like clear water, appearing especially calm. She only glanced at Qi Juexin without much fluctuation in her emotions. Before the competition started, the geniuses were already exuding a sharp aura. Qi Juexin, Su Lingzu, Lu Yan, Shui Feng, and so on were all like pearls in the night, gathered here competing for glory. In comparison, Chu Hen, who had just arrived, was much more gloomy. The number of participants is just an even number. Shui Yuan held a name list in his hand and roughly counted the number of people on the field. At the same time, a pretty young maid walked to Shui Zhen's side, holding a tray in her hand. On the tray, there were more than 100 shining jade tokens. The rules of this round is to draw lots. Shui Zhen pointed at the jade tokens on the tray and said, "These jade tokens have corresponding numbers engraved on them. Those who draw the same number will be your opponent. Those who draw the same number will be your opponent." Everyone's eyes turned cold, and their expressions couldn't help but become solemn. Many people were secretly praying that they would not meet Qi Juexin, Lu Yan, Su Lingzu, and so on. Let me repeat the rules of the competition. You can only use talisman techniques. You are not allowed to use any martial arts, including weapons, elixirs, and talismans. Of course, if you have the ability, you can refine those things during the competition and add them to the battle. Shui Zhen's voice did not allow any doubt. Does anyone have any questions? No one answered. All right then. Shui Zhen's old eyes lifted and he waved his hand. Whoosh! A vigorous gust of wind swept across, and in an instant the 100 jade tokens on the tray that the maid was carrying flew out. Swish, swish, swish! The densely packed light shadows were like rain, flying towards the contestants in the square. This is mine. Lu Yan flashed in the air, and like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, he caught a light shadow in his palm. His graceful movement technique caused the audience to cheer. Qi Juexin smiled indifferently, and with a flick of his finger, a golden light swept out. Like a needle, it instantly wrapped around one of the jade tokens, and then he kept it between his fingers. Su Lingzu, Song Xiu, Shui Feng, and the others also took their jade tokens in succession. As Chu Hen and Zhang Shu stood at the back, they didn't have much choice, and they casually took the 2 jade tokens that flashed in front of them. What number are you? Zhang Shu hurriedly stretched his head over and asked. However, when he saw the number 24 carved on the jade token in Chu Hen's hand, Zhang Shu heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we're no match for him. Chu Hen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. On the other side, Qi Juexin glanced at Chu Hen, and his eyes seemed to flash with disdain. The participants who have the number 1 jade token stay in the arena. The rest of you retreat. Shui Zhen's steady and powerful voice rang out again. Everyone understood and retreated. Returning to the audience seats, the pressure on Chu Hen was instantly reduced, and the true origin energy in his body became active again. Yi Yao and the others started asking questions. How is it? Which round are you in? Brother Chu Hen is 24. Zheng Shu answered first. 24? I'm not in the front, and I'm not the Empress. I wonder who my opponent is. Haozi murmured in a deep voice. Soon, there were only 2 people left in the arena. One of them was relatively weak, while the other was tall and strong. The 2 of them stood opposite each other, and there was an obvious difference in their auras. That's Li Chong from Yi City, and Ma, he from Giant Crocodile Bay. Not bad. The first round will be a duel between these 2. Li Chong is famous for his fast hand speed and surprise. What's the use of fast hand speed? Ma He's realm is 2 levels higher than Li Chong's, and 2 levels of Heavenly Pattern Master can't be made up by speed alone. It could be seen that the 2 people in the arena had some fame, and the audience was looking forward to it. On the arena, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Ma He from Giant Crocodile Bay looked at Li Chong, who was a head shorter than him, and sneered, "How unfortunate. You can start to announce your withdrawal." "Oh?" Li Chong looked disapproving. "Do you think I'm short? Be careful, or I'll dislocate your jaw. Hee, are you done?" Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, an incomparably powerful Reiki energy burst out from Ma He's Niwen Palace, and a series of dazzling runes immediately revolved around his fingers. Dragon fire! Whoosh! In an instant, the runes blossomed like a misty rain, and a terrifying pillar of fire flew out from Ma He's arm along with a scorching high temperature. The menacing flame pillar was like a fire python from hell, and wherever it went, the ground was scorched black. So fierce, the expression of the Yi City genius, Li Chong, changed. He flicked his fingers, and the runes danced like flying leaves. In the blink of an eye, a luxurious and resplendent silver shield appeared in front of Li Chong. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and the fire python collided with the shield. Scorching heat waves spread in all directions, and fireballs of all sizes danced in the sky. This collision directly shattered the shield in front of Li Chong, and he was sent flying backwards. Seeing this situation, the audience couldn't help but exclaim in unison, "I told you that a gap of 2 levels can't be made up for so easily. Ma, he will win for sure." After gaining the upper hand in one strike, Mahi's face revealed an excited and fierce smile. "Ha! Are you ready to be turned into ashes?" Whoosh! An even more robust Reiki energy surged out, and all kinds of beautiful runes intertwined and flickered around Mahi's body. Following that, with Li Chong as the center, a wall of fire that was more than 10 meters tall rose in all directions. At the same time, the fireballs of all sizes danced in the sky and immediately condensed into a 100-meter-tall fire dragon. The fire dragon coiled around Li Chong, completely sealing off all his escape routes. Following that, the dragon opened its mouth and pounced towards Li Chong, who was in the urn. So strong! A duel between runes is this fast. The blazing flames caused the faces of the audience to turn red. Just when everyone thought that Li Chong would lose without a doubt, Mahi's expression suddenly changed. What? Buzz. It was unknown when a halo had appeared beneath Mahi's feet, but the aura of spirit energy that this halo emitted clearly did not belong to him. Before the audience could react, the ring of light under Mahi's feet overlapped and instantly formed a strange cylinder. Mahi was directly sealed inside the cylinder. This? Mahi's eyes widened. He was shocked to find that all the Reiki energy connecting him to the outside had been cut off, and even his limbs were sealed. Bang! Almost at the same time, the flaming dragon that was coiling around Li Chong's body collapsed with a loud bang, and the mighty heat wave was directly blown away. Shoo! An arrow that was condensed from spiritual power shot out explosively, piercing through the wind and the heat wave, piercing through the flaming wave, and attacking towards Mahi's face was deathly pale, and he was terrified. Hiss! The Reiki energy arrow was like a meteor streaking across the sky, forcibly piercing through the light pillar that imprisoned Mahi and penetrating his chest. A string of blood splattered in the air, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily on the ground. The audience was silent, and everyone was very surprised. What's going on? When did Li Chong arrange the imprisonment rune array? I don't know, this is too strange. From the beginning, Mahi had the upper hand. In such a short time, other than a defensive shield, Li Chong couldn't complete the imprisonment technique. Everyone's face was filled with doubts. You. Mahi, who was lying on the ground, looked at Li Chong, who walked out of the flames with a furious expression. You arranged the imprisonment technique before the start of the match. Before the start of the match! Swoosh! Mahi's words woke everyone up from their dreams, and their expressions were once again filled with astonishment. Chapter 1000. For inscriptionists, the moment we arrived here, the battle had already begun. Li Chong's voice carried a trace of arrogance, but it also had an imposing manner that made people submit to him. As soon as these words came out, the entire spectator seats immediately burst into an uproar. What? He secretly set up a talisman array before the start of the competition. Isn't this clearly breaking the rules? Who said it's breaking the rules? There's no such thing as fairness in a contest between inscriptionists. They can set up talisman arrays in advance. That's right. Just now, Elder Shui Jen didn't say that talisman arrays can't be set up in advance. This round is Li Chong's victory. Outside the spectator seats, the spectators also cast inquiring gazes towards Shui Jen, the 4 family heads, and the city lord on the host stand. Shui Jen nodded slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he walked up to Li Chong and gave him a look of affirmation. This round, Li Chong's victory lies in the fact that he secretly set up the confinement technique without anyone noticing. Just like what he said, any outstanding inscriptionist needs to have a discerning eye and a strong analytical ability. Therefore, the winner of the first round is Li Chong, Hua. In an instant, many of Li Chong's supporters burst into excited cheers. Naturally, there was no objection to what Shui Jen said. Since it wasn't against the rules, there was no doubt that Li Chong's performance could be described as perfect. Haha, he's indeed famous for being unexpected. Li Chong is amazing. We support you. We're optimistic that you'll win the championship. The winner enjoyed the applause, while the loser quietly left the stage. In the situation where there was a difference of 2 levels between them, Li Chong's reversal made countless people's eyes light up. At the same time, it also made many participants feel pressured. What a terrifying opponent. I wonder what kind of eye-catching performance he'll make in the 3rd round. Even Mahi, who has the strength of a 3rd-level heavenly inscriptionist, knelt in the 2nd round. There's suddenly a lot of pressure. It's just a small trick. Lu Yan, who was in the Lu family's team, had a disdainful look on his face. In his opinion, Li Chong's petty tricks were nothing to him. Lingzhu, you should have discovered Li Chong's scheme a long time ago, right? Zhui Wehan, the martial prodigy from the Zhongyuan castle team, said confidently. Su Lingzhu raised her beautiful eyes and replied calmly, I'm not the only one who discovered it. Oh. Zhui Wehan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Qi Juexin, Shui Feng, Song Xiu, and the others. He saw that they were particularly calm, as if they were not surprised by Li Chong's unexpected move. The first round is over. The contestants of the next round are to enter the arena immediately. Shui Jen didn't have any intention of delaying and immediately announced the start of the 2nd round. As soon as he finished speaking, a young silhouette stepped onto the rainbow bridge and entered the arena. The eyes of the audience could not help but light up, and they were slightly moved. It's Wu Mian. Looks like the outcome of this round has been decided, as long as we don't meet those few. Wu Mian, the genius of Whale Island City's Wu clan. Everyone knew that the Wu clan had been gaining momentum in recent years. In Whale Island City, they were only second to the city lord's mansion and the 4 great clans. It wouldn't be long before they became the 5th great clan. It was precisely because of this that the citizens of Whale Island City had high expectations for Wu Mian. It can't be. Wu Mian? Zhang Shu frowned and revealed a somewhat solemn expression. What? Did you get the number 2 jade token? Qiao Shaowan asked curiously. Chu Hen Mu Feng and Yi Yao also cast doubtful gazes at him. Zhang Shu smiled helplessly and took out a jade token with the number 2 carved on it. The others were stunned. Qiao Shaowan heartlessly said, I think it's better if you forfeit. That person seems to be at least a 2nd rank Heavenly Rune Master, maybe even a 3rd rank. You're bound to lose. That's hard to say. Zhang Shu seemed to be very unhappy about being looked down upon by Xiaoya. His eyes flashed with determination, and he directly leaped from the spectator stand to the arena. State your name, Wu Mian said indifferently. Zhongyuan Castle, Zhang Shu. Oh, from Zhongyuan Castle. A disdainful smile appeared on Wu Mian's face. Are you going to scram by yourself? Or do you want me to send you off? This was too much. Wu Mian's words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of many spectators in Zhongyuan Castle. Zhang Shu also clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Don't be too proud. It's not a good thing to laugh too early. As you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, dazzling spiritual inscriptions suddenly spread under Wu Mian's feet. The spiritual inscriptions stretched out like a beautiful, strange spider web. Zhang Shu's expression changed slightly. Bastard, you actually arranged the runes while we were talking. You're too stupid to not notice this. The blossoming spiritual inscriptions quickly extended forward. At the same time, Wu Mian flicked his finger, and dozens of fragment-like runes swept out. They turned into wisps of optical fiber phantoms at an extremely fast speed and fused together. Wu! The next moment, a 4 to 5 meter tall green wolf quietly transformed. Without giving Zhang Shu any time, the green wolf directly dragged a green afterimage and rushed toward Zhang Shu with a thick, murderous aura. Despicable! Zhang Shu cursed. In a hurry, he immediately added a speed rune to himself. Both of his legs were surrounded by flowing golden cyclones. As if riding on the clouds, Zhang Shu instantly jumped off the ground. Whoosh! The ghostly shadow of the wolf rushed past the soles of Zhang Shu's feet. The biting cold wind swept past like a knife. After dodging the attack, Zhang Shu did not say anything. He backhanded and chopped with a roundhouse chop. The curved blade formed by the Reiki energy slashed across the sky and hit the back of the green wolf below. Bang! The green wolf was directly cut in half and burst into a cloud of fragmented light. Beautiful! The audience in Zhongyuan Castle immediately applauded for Zhang Shu's counterattack. However, Wu Mian sneered. He raised one hand and pointed at Zhang Shu in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The series of runes surrounding Wu Mian looked like a swarm of colorful locusts and moths, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they rushed toward Zhang Shu. In the process of moving, all the runes became extremely sharp and transformed into darts shining with a dark blue luster. Since the attack was too concentrated, Zhang Shu did not dare to be careless. A surging Reiki energy burst out, and hundreds of defensive runes appeared on both sides of his body out of thin air. Condense! As Zhang Shu shouted, the bright and beautiful runes suddenly turned into a mist. All the mist became thick and solid, like an auspicious cloud, and Zhang Shu's figure was hidden in it. The sharp darts plunged into the mist as if they were flying into a quagmire, and did not cause any turbulence. Reverse spinning technique. Zhang Shu's cold shout came from the thick mist. The hearts of the people outside the field were shocked. Then, countless sounds of wind being torn could be heard. They saw a dense rain of darts raining down from the clouds. The speed of the dart's return was more than 2 times faster than before. This guy is quite strong. Qiao Shaowan smiled in surprise. Indeed. Han Ichuan also expressed his agreement. The piercingly cold and strong murderous aura poured down, and Wu Mian's slightly contracted pupils reflected the sharp cold light. Bang, bang, bang! The talisman runes transformed into darts that rained down on Wu Mian like a thunderbolt. Wu Mian nimbly flipped backwards, and the bricks on the ground were smashed into pieces. A hole that was several dozen meters wide appeared on the ground. Ta! Wu Mian steadily landed on the edge of the pit, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Whoosh! However, almost at the same time, a fierce afterimage appeared behind Wu Mian like a ghost. Caught you! Zhang Shu's excited voice was heard. Wu Mian was shocked. He quickly turned around and struck out with his palm at the same time. Boom! The two palm energies, which were pulsing with powerful spiritual power, collided with each other, and a loud, heavy sound rang out along with a violent impact. The chaotic Reiki energy cyclone splashed and swept in all directions. Under Zhang Shu's powerful attack, Wu Mian was directly pushed back tens of meters. The audience in Zhongyuan Castle could not help but feel pity. If Wu Mian's reaction was half a step slower, the match could be declared over. However, Zhang Shu had already shown his aura. In the audience's view, he had the upper hand. However, at this moment, Wu Mian's face suddenly showed an incomparably proud and ruthless smile. What a pity! If you were a little faster, you might still have a chance. Zhang Shu frowned, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Hua! Then Wu Mian's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and the vast Reiki energy flooded the whole place like a flood. It's really a pity. This rune array, I've completed it. This rune array? What? Zhang Shu's pupils constricted, and the hearts of all the people outside the arena followed suit. Buzz! Suddenly the wind howled, and the cold aura filled the sky and the earth. As the sky darkened, countless complicated runes flashed on the ground of the square. Wu Mian raised his arms, and his aura was monstrous. Bloodbat array! Bloodbat array? Zhang Shu had a bad feeling. Along with a sharp and ear-piercing howl, thousands of scarlet light spots appeared between heaven and earth. Their eyes flashed with a cold and poisonous light. The black bats suddenly flew in the air, and the atmosphere of the entire coiled dragon arena became gloomy, as if it was a ghost town on earth. The cold airflow shrouded the sky, as if night and day had come. Hee! The densely packed bats lifted Wu Mian up high, and the latter hung in the air like a ghost, looking at Zhang Shu in front of him with a judgmental attitude. Chapter 1001. Jeje! The shrill laughter that filled the air was incomparably ear-piercing. The sky darkened and the ground darkened. Cold and gloomy waves of air filled the air. The entire coiled dragon arena suddenly felt as if night had fallen. The strange atmosphere was like a ghost town on earth. Densely packed bats gathered around Wu Mian and lifted him high off the ground. Like a witch or a ghost from the netherworld, they exuded a dark and demonic aura. Ha! Those killed by the blood bat formation don't die in a good way. His light tone was full of confidence, as if he was judging Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu's expression changed again and again. He looked around, trying to find a way out. But at a glance, it seemed that the entire arena was dyed in gray. It seemed that this bloodbat formation was not only a pure killing formation, but also an illusion formation. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I can spare your life. Wu Mian said jokingly. Humph. Zhang Shu's eyes turned cold, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. In your dreams. Then don't blame me. A sneer appeared on Wu Mian's face. He stretched out his arm and spread his 5 fingers. Rustle. The black bats rushed out in a spiral like a giant black python. They fell from the sky and pounced toward Zhang Shu below. Zhang Shu's expression changed. He immediately activated the acceleration rune and flashed away. Boom! The huge black python fiercely hit the ground, causing dust and mud to fly everywhere. Hundreds and thousands of bats suddenly scattered, and once again pounced toward Zhang Shu with a large-scale attack. Zhang Shu, who had just finished dodging, had just condensed dozens of runes. Before he had the time to use them into a technique, a fierce black shadow broke through the wind, At the same time that the rune technique was interrupted, Jingshu was also sent flying by the group of blood bats. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Numerous wounds caused by claws and teeth appeared on Jingshu's body. Blood flowed out, and it was very eye-catching. And as soon as they saw the blood flowing out of Jingshu's body, the blood bats flying in the air all let out strange cries of excitement, and their eyes glowed red. Hee. The noise was like the carnival of ghosts from hell. Blood bats blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they rushed toward Jingshu from all directions. Damn it! Jingshu was shocked and angry. He ignored the injuries on his body and quickly dodged. However, due to the large number of bats, even though he managed to dodge most of their attacks, there were still a few that left new wounds on Jingshu's body. Looks like the difference in strength isn't just a little. Some people in the audience began to make sarcastic remarks. Wu Mian is playing a game of cat and mouse. That guy from Zhongyuan Castle didn't know how to appreciate favors. At this moment, the outcome was almost certain. Jingshu could not even complete the rune technique, so there was no hope of reversing the situation. Not only that, but it was also a question of whether or not he could survive. This guy is quite stubborn. If he doesn't admit defeat, he's going to die. Mu Feng said with a slight frown. Han Ichuan, Haozi, and Long Xuanchuang also secretly shook their heads. The blood bat formation's restraining ability was too strong. Under such a tight and dense attack, Jingshu did not have time to counterattack. Moreover, simple rune techniques could not pose a threat to Wu Mian. If this continued, Jingshu would definitely be exhausted to death by Wu Mian. Although they had not known Jingshu for a long time, they still had a good impression of him due to his gentle and candid personality. I already said that he's going to lose, but he's still biting the bullet. He's quite stupid. Qiao Shaowan pouted and said, "Little girl, can you not be so heartless?" Mu Feng rolled his eyes at her. "I'm just telling the truth." Qiao Shaowan did not care. Chu Hen observed the situation in the arena without batting an eyelid. To be honest, although Jingshu's realm was slightly lower than Wu Mian's, his ability to create runes was not too far off. The biggest reason why Jingshu was at a disadvantage was that Wu Mian had the upper hand when he first entered the arena. How pitiful. It's so bloody. The genius of the Lu family, Lu Yen, mocked, pretending to sympathize with him. At this moment, the audience in Zhongyuan Castle was already persuading Jingshu to admit defeat. The increasingly chilly aura caused a thin layer of frost to form on the arena's ground. At this moment, Jingshu was already covered in blood, looking miserable and pathetic. Wu Mian, who was standing proudly in the air, was unscathed in stark contrast to him. "I can't help but admire your perseverance, but people like you usually die early, ha ha ha." Wu Mian let out a wild laugh. Then he stretched out his arms, and a vigorous rhythm swept out from his body. Walala! The sound of countless bats flapping their wings was like a stormy sea. In an instant, all the blood bats seemed to have received the signal to attack, and they aimed at Jingshu from all directions. "Let's end this!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Dust filled the air, and black shadows shot out like arrows. Everyone present felt a strong, murderous aura of death. Jingshu became the target of all. The surging demonic repellent tore through the air in all directions. Suddenly, Jingshu's gloomy eyes emitted two fierce rays of determination. "Humph, I don't plan to die young." Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingshu stomped on the ground heavily. Swoosh! A strong force erupted from his feet, and he broke through the encirclement of the blood bats like a savage charge. Chi-chi! The overwhelming number of blood bats continuously hit Jingshu's body, and a series of blood rain danced in the air. However, Jingshu just let the blood bats bite and attack him. He didn't even bat an eye. What's going on? Is this guy crazy? Everyone present was stunned. Even if he wants to die, he shouldn't do this, right? Immediately after, Jingshu let out a deafening roar. He was like a mad wolf, exuding a fierce aura, and his body was covered with bats. Then he leaped up like a cannonball and pounced at Wu Mian in the sky. "Hey, I've been waiting for this moment." Zhang Shu revealed a fierce smile. He turned his palms over, and nearly 100 dazzling high-level runes flowed on his fingertips. "What?" Wu Mian's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. "Not good. I was careless." In the next moment, Zhang Shu pushed out both of his palms, and the beautiful runes directly transformed into optical shadows. In the process of moving, the optical shadows immediately condensed into a sword and slashed down. The powerful and piercingly cold spiritual sword flashed with bright runes, and like a divine rainbow, it fiercely hit Wu Mian's chest. Bang! A circle of chaotic aura surged, and thousands of broken lights and shadows flew wantonly. Wu Mian spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the group of blood bats that chased after him, as well as the bats that were hanging on Zhang Shu's body, were all shattered in an instant and turned into fragmented shadows that filled the sky. The situation once again reversed. Everyone outside the arena had a look of surprise on their faces. They originally thought that Wu Mian would definitely win, but they didn't expect that at the last moment, Zhang Shu would actually charge in front of Wu Mian without any regard for his life and give him a heavy blow, ruthless enough, fierce enough. Bang! Bang! The two weak and powerless people fell from the sky almost at the same time. One was weak and powerless, and the other was covered in blood. The second round actually ended in a lose-lose result. Bastard, bastard. Wu Mian clenched his fists and fiercely pounded the ground. His chest was a mess of flesh and blood, and fresh blood flowed out of it. Compared to his opponent's anger, Zhang Shu was extremely relaxed. Hee, it seems that I survived. Seeing this situation, Chu Hen and the others in the audience couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After the shock, everyone couldn't help but whisper to each other. How should this be decided? Both of them fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Who won and who lost? Everyone's gaze turned to Shui. General the latter turned around to look at the city, Lord Qiming, and the 4 family heads, and then immediately said in a loud voice, because the first one to fall was contestant Zhang Shu, the winner of this round is Wu Mian. Wow! There was an uproar in the coiled dragon stage, and many of the audience in Zhongyuan Castle showed dissatisfaction. How can it be decided like this? At the very least, it should be a draw. Either both of them are eliminated or both of them advance. There's nothing wrong with Wu Mian's advancement. From the beginning, he had the upper hand, and his ability was also stronger. That's right. Zhang Shu only managed to recover by relying on his ruthlessness in the end. If Wu Mian wasn't careless, the battle would have been over long ago. In any case, the result of Wu Mian's victory was still accepted by most people. The Wu family also entered the arena, and they helped Wu Mian up and left. On Chu Hen's side, Mu Feng and Haozi also walked down from the audience to check on Zhang Shu's injury. I say, little brother Zhang Shu, I finally know why you want to get close to us. You're afraid that no one will help you down at this time, right? Mu Feng said with a smile. Zhang Shu was also amused. He replied weakly, Brother Mu, it's hard to expose people. I'm already in such a state. Can you not expose me? Haha, it's okay. Anyway, that guy is so badly injured. Even if he advances, he won't be able to participate in the 3rd round. You won't lose anything. The two of them helped Zhang Shu to the audience. Chu Hen asked Shifeng Zi for a recover pill and handed it to him. Brother Zhang, thank you. Zhang Shu didn't stand on ceremony. After taking the recover pill, he stuffed it into his mouth and adjusted his breathing. The few of them also tacitly stopped discussing this topic. This match was still quite exciting. Even if Zhang Shu didn't win, his performance made everyone remember this young man from Zhongyuan Castle. The 3rd match start. The competition continued without any interruption. As time went by, exciting duels between Rune's masters were staged on the coiled dragon platform. All kinds of gorgeous rune techniques could be said to be a riot of colors. The song of ice and fire, the interweaving of thunder and lightning, the competition between invisibility and speed. Many strange runes appeared one by one, making the audience excited. Compared to the confrontation between Wu Xiao, the gorgeous collision of runes was not inferior at all. The arena was already full of potholes. The impact of all kinds of powerful forces caused the ground to crack, and deep pits and gullies appeared one after another. Even the mighty dragon statue in the center of the arena was tilted. It was estimated that after this competition, this statue would almost disappear. The 21st match is over. The winner is Meng Yan. In the blink of an eye, the 21st round had ended. The young man standing on the arena was in high spirits and had an extraordinary demeanor. Haha, easy victory. No wonder he's the genius of the Meng family. Meng Yan is mighty. It's already the 21st round. There are 2 more rounds, and it'll be brother Chu Hen's turn. Yi Yao said with a bit of worry. So far, Qi Juexin, Su Lingzhu, Lu Yan, Song Xiu, and the other strong geniuses had not entered the arena yet. As the competition progressed, the probability of Chu Hen meeting them would increase. This was also what the others were worried about. The 22nd round begins. As Shui Zhen's deep voice echoed, a tall figure wearing a cloak and a bamboo hat slowly walked down from the audience. Wow, it's Song Xiu! All sorts of noises came crashing down like waves. Even the castellan Qitong and the 4 family heads on the host stand had a look of shock in their eyes. It's finally Song Xiu. I rushed here from Zhongyuan Castle just to see him. I really feel sorry for the other person. He actually met Song Xiu. Just when many people were mourning for Song Xiu's opponent for 3 seconds, a slender figure appeared and immediately shut their mouths. My God, Qi Juexin. No way. Song Xiu's opponent is the young city lord? I've struck it rich. I'm going crazy. Chapter 1002. Wow, Song Xiu's opponent is the young city lord. Oh my God, it's actually Qi Juexin. This is going to be interesting. Wow. The moment Qi Juexin walked down from the spectator stand, the entire place erupted in cheers. The unprecedented noise ignited the atmosphere of the entire coiled dragon terrace. Those who had declared that Song Xiu would definitely win immediately shut their mouths. After the initial shock, everyone's eyes were filled with burning anticipation. The young city lord will definitely win. Song Xiu is the strongest. The spectators of Whale Island City and Zhongyuan Castle began to compete in terms of prestige. Is this Qi Juexin doing this on purpose? Zhui Wehan, who was standing beside Su Lingzhu, raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. On the other side of the spectator stand, the genius of the Lu family, Lu Yan, and the proud daughter of the Shui family, Shui Feng, looked at each other and smiled. The former smiled lazily and frivolously. The show is finally about to begin. Under the enthusiastic and jubilant atmosphere, the cloaked Song Xiu and the elegant Qi Juexin stepped into the arena one after another. The 2 of them stood facing each other under the tilted statue of the coiled dragon. Although the aura they exuded was very steady, the atmosphere below the arena was getting more and more intense. These 2 geniuses were like stars in the sky. Just by standing together, they could not help but compete with each other. It seems like one of us will not be able to advance to the finals. A playful smile appeared on Qi Juexin's face. On the opposite side, Song Xiu raised his head. Under the bamboo hat, a pair of bright and piercing eyes flickered with fighting intent. His voice was low and powerful. To be able to fight with a genius like the young city lord, this trip to the heavenly talisman battle has not been in vain. What does it matter if I can advance to the final round or not? You're too modest. I'm not being humble, I'm just being polite. Song Xiu replied calmly. Qi Juexin looked up and said with interest, The hat you're wearing is really tacky. Why don't you take it off? If you have the ability, You can take it down yourself, as you wish. Qi Jueshin raised his tone abruptly. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his leg and stomped on the ground. Boom! The surging Reiki energy instantly stacked up like a tidal wave. Then, starting from under Qi Jueshin's feet, the ground cracked rapidly. Sharp spikes pierced through the surface of the platform and rose from the ground. Rumble! Like a spiny-back earth dragon moving underground. Rocks flew everywhere and sawtooth-like thorns extended toward Song Xiu's feet. However, Song Xiu had no intention of dodging. Buzz! Hundreds of gorgeous runes rose from his body in an instant. The colorful runes circled around his body and immediately transformed into a thin layer of golden halo that covered his body. In an instant, Song Xiu's skin turned dark golden. It looked like he was made of steel and molded with copper. Golden body technique. The sound of rushing wind overlapped. Song Xiu directly transformed from a tattoo master into a savage beast warrior with his earth-shattering strength. A terrifying fist that flickered with light patterns blasted out, facing the stone pillars and earth spikes that were rushing towards him. Pang! A heavy explosion that was comparable to the convergence of mountain torrents reverberated in the arena. The earth spikes that pierced through the ground were bombarded and shattered like tofu dregs. Song Xiu's momentum was unstoppable. With a barbaric charge, he smashed all the stone pillars and earth spikes in a row and directly arrived in front of Qi Jueshin. One of his hands turned into a palm blade, and he chopped vertically. Qi Jueshin's gaze sank slightly. He dodged sideways, avoiding the opponent's attack. Rumble! Song Xiu's palm landed on the ground. Raging Reiki energy splashed on both sides. The ground beneath his palm split open from the middle. Thousands of gravel flew up like a swarm of moths, and a wide ravine spread out. What a powerful strength! As expected of Song Xiu, his physical strength is not the least bit inferior to Wu Xiu. Many spectators below the arena exclaimed in admiration. Song Xiu's attack was clean and efficient, just like Wu Xiu's simple and crude attacks. Everyone knew that this was his specialty. Other tattoo masters used runes to injure their opponents, but Song Xiu used runes to strengthen himself, and then continued to attack with explosive attacks. Using the form of Wu Xiu against a tattoo master could effectively restrain the opponent, preventing the opponent from completing a powerful rune technique. It had to be said that Song Xiu's move was very brilliant. Boom! Bang! Song Xiu continuously launched powerful attacks, chasing after Qi Jueshin. The coiled dragon stage, which was already full of scars, became even more full of craters. Rocks were strewn all over the place. The one from Zhongyuan Castle is quite strong. It would be best if he could kill that bastard with one punch. Mu Feng said. That's what I think too, Han Ichuan casually agreed. However, Shifeng Zi shook his head slightly, his eyes revealing a profound look. If he can't win after a long time, it won't be good, they were startled. Did Shifeng Zi mean that Song Xiu would lose? Explode! Suddenly, Song Xiu, who was on the stage, let out a loud roar. He punched out, and densely packed symbols fused together to form a ball of spiritual energy. The ball of spiritual energy snowballed, and it became bigger and bigger as it rolled towards Qi Jueshin. The destructive power caused the space to tremble. The audience below the stage felt a heavy pressure. Qi Jueshin can't dodge anymore. Beautiful! The chance to win in one go is here. The huge Reiki energy sphere instantly rolled to a diameter of more than 50 meters. Qi Jueshin seemed insignificant in front of it. The dazzling light illuminated the entire stage. When the light sphere was less than 10 meters away from Qi Jueshin, Song Xiu's eyes turned cold. He clenched two fingers and shouted, "Explode! Explode!" Boom! In the next moment, the huge ball of spiritual energy was like a meteorite that had exploded. Tens of thousands of resplendent pillars of light swept in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The impact of the berserk energy caused a thick layer of soil to rise from the ground. Piece after piece of floor tiles were crushed into powder, and sand danced wildly in the air. The Jiao dragon statue in the center of the plaza was forcefully uprooted, and the lower half of its body that was buried in the pond was flipped out of the ground. It fell to the ground like a huge tree, and a raging wave of spiritual energy surged toward Qi Jueshin. The boundary wall at the edge of the arena flashed with mysterious runes. A circle of thin arc-shaped light curtain appeared out of thin air. This was the automatic defensive power of the boundary wall. It could block all the aftershocks that exceeded the boundary wall's boundary and would not accidentally hurt the audience outside the arena, at the same time when many of the forces that touched the boundary wall's protection were blocked. The raging tsunami-like power also engulfed Qi Jueshin. Success! The audience in Zhongyuan Castle clenched their fists in surprise. Suddenly, a light laughter with a hint of ridicule could be heard. Teleportation technique. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a string of strange runes suddenly lit up on a rock behind Song Xiu. In the next second, the rock suddenly disappeared, replaced by a graceful and confident figure. What? The audience in Zhongyuan Castle was startled, but the eyes of the audience in Whale Island City lit up. Outside the arena, the corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly. His expression was somewhat indifferent. This teleportation technique was somewhat similar to the greater teleportation technique that Yi Yao had taught him. However, the greater teleportation technique required the activation of the yin-yang force of Taiji to complete the conversion. As for Qi Jueshin, he had left a mark on a rock behind Song Xiu, and then used the power of the runes to transfer it. I'm sorry for making you waste so much effort. Like the wind and an arrow, Qi Jueshin arrived behind Song Xiu in an instant, raised his arm blade, and swung it at the other party's head. Song Xiu quickly turned around and retreated as fast as he could. Bang! A piercingly cold wind blew, and the bamboo hat on Song Xiu's head was directly split in two. Immediately after, a young face with ordinary features but a heroic aura was exposed in front of everyone's eyes. The audience in the arena was shocked, secretly thinking that it was a close shave. The audience in Zhongyuan Castle applauded and praised. On the host's stand, Lord Qiming also revealed a satisfied expression. After retreating several hundred meters, Song Xiu's face darkened, and a chill surged in his eyes. The corner of Qi Jueshin's mouth rose, and he mocked. Sorry, I'll compensate you for your tacky hat. Humph. Say that again after you beat me. At this moment, Song Xiu was finally angry. As soon as his voice fell, the powerful Reiki energy of a heavenly pattern master, which was close to the 5th stage, burst out like a torrent. The earth trembled, and the weather changed. Song Xiu's 10 fingers kept pinching, and luxurious and gorgeous complex runes were like a rain of thousands of stars in the vast universe. Then Song Xiu raised his hand and actually reached out to the collapsed Jiao dragon statue in the center of the square. Hua! The dazzling runes were like raindrops falling on the statue. Spirit in Dao art. Buzz! The layers of rhythmic movements were like ripples on the surface of the water, and the condensed light of thousands of runes were all integrated into the Jiao dragon statue. In an instant, the whole body of the statue was shining, and the most shocking thing was that the eyes of the Jiao dragon were shining brightly, glowing with infinite vitality. Roar! A low and intimidating roar spread in all directions. Under the countless shocked gazes of the audience, the Jiao dragon statue actually came to life. How is this possible? Oh my God, isn't that a statue made of stone? It's some kind of rune art that uses a beast-type demon spirit to integrate into the statue. Right now, that statue is equivalent to a shell that temporarily houses the demon spirit. Amazing, my Xiao! The lifelike Jiao dragon statue was now like a living thing, and watching it slowly rise from the ground. Everyone's face was filled with shock. A faint smile appeared on Qi Juexin's face. Finally, it's a little decent. Buzz. Following that, a series of strange and exquisite runes unfolded under Qi Juexin's body. The complex runes quickly spread in all directions, and with an extremely fast speed, they constructed a large rune array with a diameter of over 100 meters. The young city lord is also making a move. That rune array is... Could it be? The entire competition venue's heartstrings were stretched taut. Su Lingzhu, Lu Yan, Xue Feng, Zhui Wehan, Chu Hen, and many other geniuses present could not help but frown. The sky darkened, and the sky lost its color. Under Song Xiu's powerful control, the mighty Jiao dragon soared in the sky, and the gravel on the ground broke away from gravity, rising into the sky like dust and gathering towards the Jiao dragon. Stones of all sizes were closely arranged on the surface of the Jiao dragon statue and formed an incomparably solid layer of rock armor. The Jiao dragon statue's body also doubled in size. It was intimidating in all directions, and its aura was imposing. Song Xiu spread his arms, and his gaze was sharp like a beast controlling spirit. He shouted, "Qi Juexin, hey!" Qi Juexin chuckled. "What's your order?" Roar. What answered the opponent was a dragon's roar that soared to the sky. Along with the torrential rain and gale, the more than 200-meter-long Jiao dragon rolled up a monstrous attack and pounced towards Qi Juexin. The unshakable aura crushed down, and everyone's heart and soul trembled. At the same time, the large rune array under Qi Juexin suddenly burst out a bright pillar of light that soared into the sky. Inside the array, there were flashes of light and mirages, and the universe was flowing. A series of unpredictable cyclones swam wantonly, and an extremely astonishing spatial teleportation power surged out of it. This is... Chu Hen raised his eyebrows, and then subconsciously blurted out, "Summoning!" "Great summoning technique!" Qi Juexin shouted. Hua! An overwhelming wave of energy swept across the entire coiled dragon stage, and the space inside the rune array was distorted. Shrouded in countless dazzling light pillars, a giant beast that was hundreds of meters long appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is... Shock was written all over everyone's face. The giant beast looked a bit like an octopus, but its appearance was much more ferocious. Its entire body was covered with deep black lines, and its tentacles swayed like giant pythons. "This is the deep-sea devourer!" Exclamations sounded from the audience. The appearance of the two gigantic beasts almost filled up the entire arena. However, there was no time to care about this. The moment the Jiao dragon covered in thick rocks pounced, the black lines on the deep-sea devourer's head twisted. Then a giant mouth that looked like a man-eating flower suddenly opened. The mouth of the abyss was filled with sharp teeth. Boom! A dark blue whirlwind erupted from the mouth of the abyss, and an irresistible and terrifying suction force directly enveloped the Jiao dragon that was pouncing over. Roar! The strength of the devouring force directly caused the Jiao dragon to feel as if it was trapped in a tornado, and the whirlwind's power sharply decreased. At the same time, giant python-like tentacles quickly wrapped around the body of the Jiao dragon, and the latter fell into the quagmire before it could hit Qi Juexin. Not good. Song Xiu's expression changed, and he once again released a strong Reiki energy, intending to make the Jiao dragon break free from the control. However, Qi Juexin obviously would not give it the opportunity. What a pity! It was like the final sentence. Ha! An ear-piercing strange laughter sounded, and four incomparably sharp mantis hands suddenly stretched out from the mouth of the deep-sea devourer. They were slender and fierce. The four mantis hands directly wrapped around the head of the Jiao dragon, like ghostly hands from hell, and then forcibly dragged the Jiao dragon into the belly of the deep-sea devourer. In the blink of an eye, the nearly 200 meters long Jiao dragon directly disappeared from the dark blue whirlpool from head to tail. However, the body of the deep-sea devourer was still the same as before, without the slightest increase in size. Countless people in the audience were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. How terrifying was that scene just now! Then it's over. Standing in front of the deep-sea devourer, Chi Jueshin wore a gentle smile that made people tremble in fear. Swish, swish, swish. Chapter 1003. Bang! A series of heavy muffled sounds rang out in the arena. A powerful and piercingly cold wave of air spread out, and a few sturdy tentacles that were like giant forest pythons swept against Song Shio's body. The latter was immediately sent flying, blood gushing out as he crashed heavily onto the ground, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. Good! In an instant, the audience erupted in cheers that soared to the sky. Many of the spectators in Whale Island City suddenly stood up and gave a thunderous round of applause. The young city lord is the strongest. Whale Island City will win. Ha! As expected of our young city lord, he's too powerful. Jia. In the arena, the enormous deep-sea devourer let out a long howl as its long tentacles danced. The outcome was decided in an instant. Just as Song Shio was feeling astonished at the resurrection of the flood dragon statue, who would have thought that Chi Jueshin would directly summon a truly powerful deep-sea demon beast in the confrontation of one real and one fake? The deep-sea devourer swallowed the resurrected flood dragon statue into its stomach. The deep-sea devourer intimidated the audience. Its mouth was like a deep abyss. Chi Jueshin's strength impressively brought great psychological pressure to the other contestants. The genius rune masters of Zhongyuan Castle, Yi City, Giant Crocodile Bay, and other places shook their heads inwardly. With such a monster here, I really don't have any confidence in the third round. Isn't that right? Even Song Shio was defeated so easily. Chi Jueshin's strength is indeed unfathomable. The genius of the Lu family, Lu Yan, smiled proudly. He crossed his arms in front of him and rubbed his chin. Looks like those people are getting anxious. There's still someone pretending to be calm. Shui Feng sneered as she glanced coldly at Su Lingzhu on the other side. As a genius tattoo artist from Zhongyuan Castle, Su Lingzhu didn't have much mood swings because of Song Shio's defeat. His delicate and pretty face remained calm from the beginning to the end. Aren't you worried at all? Zhui Weihan, the genius of martial arts, asked softly. Su Lingzhu looked up. Worrying too much will only affect your performance. Zhui Weihan smiled and said nothing more. Buzz buzz. Soon after, the deep-sea devourer turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared from the arena. At this moment, the entire coiled dragon stage was already filled with holes and was in a complete mess. Pieces of sharp rocks were flipped up from the ground, and the fountain in the middle had already been filled up. The lifelike dragon sculpture had also disappeared along with the departure of the deep-sea devouring beast. Chi Jueshin was extraordinarily graceful and had an extraordinary bearing. He slowly landed on the ground and walked in front of Song Shio. Song Shio, who was lying on the ground, had a cold glint in his eyes as he looked coldly at Chi Jueshin's playful smile. I'm really sorry, I was a bit heavy-handed. Are you all right? The mocking tone turned into a second blow. Song Shio frowned and replied in a low voice, Since I lost, I have nothing to say. I told you not to come. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been injured. But it's good that you came. You can understand how big the gap between us is. You. Song Shio smiled disdainfully. Don't forget, I'm not the only one who came to Zhongyuan Castle. I know. Chi Jueshin's lips curled up, revealing a frivolous smile. So this is just the beginning. Just the beginning? Song Shio's face paled, the blood in his body surged, and traces of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Chi Jueshin didn't give him another look, and confidently turned around and walked towards the audience. Announce the result. When Chi Jueshin left the stage, he raised a finger at the hosting elder. Shui General, his arrogant and confident temperament caused the audience to go crazy. Shui Gen shook his head helplessly. but more than that, he appreciated him. He then announced loudly, "The winner of this duel is the Whale Island City's young city lord, Chi-Ju-Eshin." Boom! The cheers set off a frenzy, and the people from Zhongyuan Castle all frowned in silence. "Congratulations, City Lord! Congratulations, young City Lord! Ha! The Liu family's patriarch congratulated them from the host's viewing platform. The other 3 patriarchs also praised him one after another. The young City Lord's strength is even stronger than before. It seems that the champion of the Heavenly Talisman battle is already in the bag. Patriarch Shui is right. Hee, you guys are overpraising me." Qi Ming waved his hand. It's still too early to say such things. Although Qi Ming's tone was somewhat modest, he didn't conceal the happiness between his brows. How arrogant! Mu Feng cursed in a low voice as he looked at Chi-Ju-Eshin, who was beaming with success. Haozi shook his head and said, "But it's undeniable that this guy is indeed very strong. The difficulty of summoning should be one of the highest among all the runic arts." The few of them looked at each other and subconsciously turned their gazes to Chu Hen beside them. It was rather difficult to stand out among so many outstanding geniuses. Chi-Ju-Eshin's momentum was high, while Song Xiu left the stage dejectedly. Next up is the 23rd round. Let's invite the 2 contestants to take the stage. 23rd round. Everyone present was shocked. It's already the 23rd round. There's only one more round for brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao clenched her fists, feeling a little nervous. Then, a gorgeous figure with an air of arrogance slowly walked down the stage. Everyone's eyes lit up. It's Miss Shui Feng. Miss Shui Feng is actually behind the young city lord. Then who is her opponent? Before they could recover from their shock, another peerlessly beautiful figure walked out of the spectator stands and stepped into the arena within the barrier wall. Wow! Su Lingzhu, it's Su Lingzhu. Wow! An atmosphere that wasn't very exciting swept across the arena. Su Lingzhu versus Shui Feng. This is going to be interesting. Both of you are heaven's proud daughters with extraordinary strength. This is too much of a coincidence. Chi-Ju-Eshin just defeated Song Xiu, and now it's Shui Feng and Su Lingzhu's turn. Could it be on purpose? In an instant, many people thought of the quarrel between the teams from Whale Island City and Zhongyuan Castle before the start of the Heavenly Talisman battle. At that time, Chi-Ju-Eshin, Lu Yan, and Shui Feng had said that the team from Zhongyuan Castle wouldn't even be able to advance to the 3rd round. Could it be that this arrangement was on purpose? Amidst the bewilderment and jubilation, 2 beautiful figures with extraordinary temperaments stepped into the arena. What a disgusting gaze! Looking at Su Lingzhu's expressionless eyes, Shui Feng's face revealed a trace of disdain. Sometimes the tit-for-tat between women was very frightening. It was even more frightening than the competition between men. Su Lingzhu raised her eyebrows and replied indifferently, "If you hate it, you can kick me out." "I have such a thought." "Then let's begin." Su Lingzhu said. "Humph, it's already begun." Along with Shui Feng's chuckle, circles of twisted, ripple-like stripes suddenly moved along her feet towards Su Lingzhu in front of her. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 1004. Bang, bang, bang. A series of water splashes exploded on the ground. Everyone outside the arena was startled. In the blink of an eye, with Su Lingzhu and Shui Feng as the center, an area of the arena had suddenly turned into a pool of water. The clear water reflected the graceful figures of the 2 people. Immediately after, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from under Su Lingzhu's body. The hands were silent and didn't even cause a ripple. Like a ghost, they firmly grabbed onto Su Lingzhu's ankles. Not good! "Miss Lingzhu, be careful!" The spectators in Zhongyuan Castle revealed expressions of fear. The corners of Shui Feng's mouth curled up. Contempt appeared in her eyes. "Is that all you've got?" Buzz, like spirit butterflies, runes fluttered around Shui Feng's fingertips. She clasped her hands together. The gorgeous runes directly turned into dazzling light patterns and spread out. Boom! In an instant, the pool of water on the ground once again set off a dozen-meter-high wave. The wave was like rain falling down, all falling toward Su Lingzu. And in the midst of moving, all the water rapidly turned into sharp swordfish. Hundreds and thousands of swordfish swept up an incomparably cold and austere aura, slanting diagonally towards Su Lingzu below. What a fast speed! Shui Feng is too strong. The swordfish that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were comparable to ice-cold, sharp weapons. Moreover, with both her feet being grabbed by the two hands under the water, Su Lingzu had no possibility of dodging at all. Chi! 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 The sharp swordfish attacked one after another. Like fish scales that could cut through iron like mud, Su Lingzu's delicate body was cut open in an instant. She dissipated and shattered like bubbles. What? The spectators' hearts were filled with shock. Each and every one of them had their eyes wide open. Was Su Lingzu killed in an instant just like that? But very quickly, the spectators discovered that the torn Su Lingzu didn't shed a single drop of blood. Voila! In the next second, a ball of water suddenly rose from the water behind Shui Feng. The ball of water quickly rose and became more solid, transforming into a human form. When the audience saw this, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, that was the illusory body art. I knew it. How could Su Lingzu be so fragile? Humph. Shui Feng turned around and sneered arrogantly. Your reaction speed is not bad. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, waves surged and water splashed. More than half of the battlefield had been turned into a body of water. It was as if the two women had landed on the surface of a lake, confronting each other. What a powerful water rune power! As expected of the daughter of the Shui family, the spectators all had looks of admiration on their faces. It was common knowledge that the Shui family of Whale Island City was proficient in runic techniques that controlled the power of water. Moreover, Shui Feng's skillful control of this power was truly eye-catching. Su Lingzu isn't easy to deal with. If we fight in the water phoenixes have a huge advantage. I reckon that she will be stopped in the second round, just like Song Xiao. That's possible. Humph, a bunch of blind people. Zhongyuan Castle's martial prodigy, Zhui Wehan, shot a disdainful glance at the spectators behind him. Humph. The deep body of water quickly occupied 2/3 of the battlefield. Shui Feng stared provocatively at Su Lingzu's calm face. Aren't you going to make a move? Su Lingzu raised her beautiful eyes and flicked her jade-like hand. A gorgeous rune danced on her fingertips. Seeing this, the smile on Shui Feng's face deepened. Rumble. Following that, 2 spiraling water pillars erupted from the water on both sides of Su Lingzu. The 2 water pillars were like dragons emerging from the sea, sweeping up in astonishing momentum as they attacked Su Lingzu from the left and right. What incredible speed! No one saw how Shui Feng made her move. Swish! At almost the same time, a pair of dazzling and luxurious wings of light unfurled from Su Lingzu's back. The moment before the 2 water pillars collided, Su Lingzu disappeared from where she stood. Bang! Waves splashed and water splashed like rain. A violent wave of shock waves, like an erupting torrent, wantonly poured out, and the water vapor that filled the sky fluttered between heaven and earth. Under the illumination of the sun, it refracted a colorful and gorgeous illusory rainbow bridge. In the sky above the rainbow bridge, Su Lingzu was peerless and had an extraordinary temperament. This is my domain. Let's see how long you can hide. With a thought from Shui Feng, Reiki energy was continuously released. Following that, monstrous water pillars leaped up high with shocking momentum and launched a fierce attack on Su Lingzu. In the face of Shui Feng's fierce attack, Su Lingzu's expression was calm. Her eyes were like water in a well. The illusory light wings behind her flapped, bursting out with an extremely high speed increase. Swish, swish, swish! Su Lingzhu shuttled between the gaps of many water pillars, as if she was threading a needle. Her figure was light and elegant. Buzz! Following that, the runes around Su Lingzhu's fingertips quickly fused together to form a complicated secret. She's going to counterattack, the crowd thought to themselves. However, immediately after that, Su Lingzhu turned her left hand and took out a few square jades and several pieces of golden crystal stones. What's going on? Everyone's face showed a puzzled expression. They saw Su Lingzhu skillfully channel the power of the runes into the jades and extract the power of the crystal stones to fuse with them. At this moment, even Qi Juexin, Lu Yan, Chu Hen, and the others were surprised. Boom! Several majestic water pillars intersected and made an extremely violent collision. The mighty water splashed in the sky, and the incomparably spectacular scene was like several 100-meter-long dragons collapsing at the same time. Su Lingzhu once again emerged from the chaotic rain and mist. The few pieces of jade that had been sloppy and ordinary just a moment ago had now become extraordinarily exquisite. They were glowing with fluorescent light and emitting waves of obscure energy fluctuations. Talisman, it's a talisman! Someone shouted in surprise. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Even City Governor Qi Ming and the 4 family heads on the host's stand were surprised. Before the start of the competition, Shui Zhen had made it clear that in the battle of heavenly talismans, no power other than the art of talismans could be used, including weapons, elixirs, talismans, and so on. However, the participants could refine those things during the battle. In fact, Shui Yuan's words were merely a joke, because the difficulty of refining other items in the midst of a battle was so great that it was needless to say that it was extremely difficult to refine other things at the same time. If one were to multitask and make a mistake in a talisman or a step, the result would be a slap in one's face. No one had expected that Su Lingzhu would go along with Shui Zhen's joke and refine talismans calmly when fighting against an opponent of Shui Feng's level. Humph, are you joking? Shui Feng's eyebrows were filled with coldness. Su Lingzhu did not answer, and continued to take out the materials to refine talismans and continued to refine them. Shui Feng was furious. The other party's actions were simply a form of disregard. As the prideful daughter of Whale Island City, this was simply intolerable. I want to see what tricks you can play. Flight of the Phoenix pair! Boom! A whirlpool formed on the surface of the water, and a water screen rose into the sky. As the water screen rose, a water-patterned phoenix charged out. Screech! A resonant cry resounded through the 9 heavens. The water-patterned phoenix was like a divine beast, releasing a might that disdained all living things as it pounced towards Su Lingzhu. However, Su Lingzhu was still fighting and retreating at the same time. As she retreated, she refined talismans one after another. She only made earth-grade charms, didn't she? Han Yichuan, who was in the spectator stands, asked doubtfully. Chu Hen nodded in affirmation. If it were heaven-grade talismans, it would have been impossible for Su Lingzhu to achieve this kind of speed. Although earth-grade talismans and heaven-grade talismans only differed by 1 grade, there was a huge disparity in terms of difficulty and materials required. In fact, everyone was shocked by Su Lingzhu's ability to deal with her opponent's attacks while simultaneously refining talismans. The most important reason was that her opponent was Shui Feng. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Su Lingzhu and Shui Feng were both very popular candidates for the championship. But can earth-grade talismans injure a heavenly rune master? Han Yichuan voiced out the doubt in his heart. Chu Hen shook his head. It was unknown whether he was doubtful or in denial. The power of any heaven-grade talisman is greater than the power of several earth-grade talismans. Su Lingzhu's method is a bit weird. Mu Feng also said. However, Zheng Shu beside him said in a slightly weak voice, Su Lingzhu is recognized as a talented woman in Zhongyuan Castle. She is meticulous and wouldn't do this for no reason. I think she must have her own ideas. They were slightly surprised. Yi Yao also said immediately, "Anyway, Brother Chu Hen won't meet those people." Everyone nodded. In the first 2 rounds, Qi Juexin, Song Xiu, Shui Feng, and Su Lingzhu had all entered the arena. Only Lu Yan, the dangerous character, was left. There were still more than 20 rounds. The probability of Chu Hen meeting Lu Yan was not too high. This was what everyone hoped to see. On the arena, it was still a tight chase. Gorgeous talismans were formed in Su Lingzhu's hands one after another. However, the situation on the arena was almost completely under the control of Shui Feng. "You can't escape!" Water matrix wall. Boom! A huge wave rose, and a huge water curtain rose to the sky. It was like a wall blocking in front of Su Lingzhu. Screech! At the same time, the towering water phoenix behind her also rushed over. With an interception in front and a pursuit from behind, Su Lingzhu immediately fell into a situation where there was no way to escape. At the critical moment, Su Lingzhu turned her jade-like hands and held 2 talismans between her fingers. With a flick of her fingertips, the talismans shot towards the water curtain wall. Bang! The 2 talismans exploded in an instant. A scattered light pattern, along with the water mist, swept out. A gap less than 2 meters wide was immediately blasted out on the water matrix wall. Without saying anything, Su Lingzhu directly turned into a light shadow and passed through the gap. In the next moment, the huge water phoenix collided with the water curtain. Boom! The magnificent scene was like a wild beast colliding with a mountain. Once the 2 collided, a monstrous mountain torrent broke out. Endless flying rain and water splashed wantonly. Sweeping in all directions, layers of water curtains surged towards the auditorium. The boundary wall blossomed with a bright, illusory light curtain, blocking the chaotic shock waves outside. The chaotic water mist fluttered in the air. Everyone's heart was hanging high, and they looked nervous. Their eyes were fixed on the chaotic power in the sky. How is it? Did Su Lingzhu lose? It's hard to say. Although she has dodged it, the shock waves caused by the collision cannot be ignored. That's right. The situation has been completely controlled by Miss Shui Feng. I'm afraid it will be difficult for Su Lingzhu to make a comeback. The earth-shattering splashes smashed down. At this moment, the entire arena had been reduced to a deep pool of water. This was the power of the rune technique. It was Shui Feng's strength. Bang! Bang! The rain splashed all over the sky. Everyone's eyes were constantly searching. But surprisingly, until the last wave fell, they could not see Su Lingzhu's figure. Where is she? Everyone outside the arena looked at each other nervously. Su Lingzhu disappeared just like that? Not good. It's very likely that it's the invisibility technique. Someone outside the arena exclaimed, "Invisibility rune?" Shui Feng's eyes turned cold. She immediately reacted. A series of runes flashed in front of her. Then she raised her arms. Boom! An extremely heavy sound was heard. With Shui Feng as the center, the powerful Reiki energy directly produced a violent shock wave that swept in all directions. In an instant, the surface of the water caved in deeply. The surging waves surged to the surroundings and spread out with a sweeping force until they collided with the spirit formation wall. But what was puzzling was that the shock wave that spread out didn't seem to hit anything. The theory of invisibility rune was self-defeating. Where is she? Shui Feng furrowed her brows. Before she could search further, an obscure energy fluctuation spread out from the water under her. She was actually hiding in the water. Chapter 1005. Where was she? Su Lingzhu disappeared just like that. The wild and powerful Reiki energy shockwave swept in all directions, forming an extremely surging wave attack. Everyone thought that Su Lingzhu had used an invisibility technique to hide in the arena, but this idea was quickly denied, however. Just as the water phoenix was about to continue its search, an obscure energy fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of the water below. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. She was actually in the water. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, the water below Shui Feng surged and splashed, and wooden stakes that were more than 10 meters long suddenly pierced out of the water. The cold and heavy wooden stakes were like irregular fences, crisscrossing and standing at an angle. The water phoenix was directly surrounded by these wooden stakes. In the next moment, Su Lingzhu's graceful figure, which was as graceful as a butterfly, once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes, along with a splash of water. The eyes of the audience outside the arena lit up. The atmosphere in the spectator seats also skyrocketed. Su Lingzhu, do your best. Zhongyuan Castle, you must win. Seeing Su Lingzhu's calm breathing and calm expression, Shui Feng, who was in the middle of the wooden stakes, could not help but look slightly gloomy. The powerful shockwave just now actually did not hurt her. This woman was really not simple. After being surprised, Shui Feng then sneered. "Humph, you think a formation of this level can stop me?" As soon as her voice fell, Shui Feng's figure directly moved, and she directly rushed towards the gap between the two wooden stakes in front of her. However, Su Lingzhu's speed was faster. The phantom light wings behind her flashed, and she moved so fast that she was like a flowing light phantom, immediately blocking in front of Shui Feng. "Get lost!" Shui Feng shouted coldly, and a dazzling rune was released from her palm, and shocking power surged out. However, Su Lingzhu flipped her lily-white hand and directly tossed out an earth-level talisman that flickered with light patterns. However, before Shui Feng could complete the talisman technique in her hand, a loud bang sound was heard, and the talisman exploded first. A raging wave of energy surged out. Shui Feng's expression changed. In a hurry, she quickly turned around to defend herself. The violent impact directly forced her back. Ta, ta, ta. Shui Feng stamped on the surface of the water. Her beautiful and arrogant face was filled with a trace of coldness. Although an earth-level charm couldn't hurt her, it was still enough to put her in a difficult position. "Humph, it's just an earth-rank talisman, a child's play," Shui Feng snorted coldly. Her eyes turned cold. Her figure flashed as she dashed towards the gap of the wooden stakes on the left. Swoosh! Su Lingzhu also took action. Another charm appeared in her palm. As soon as she saw the charm, Shui Feng was startled and immediately flew in the opposite direction. The arena immediately turned into a battle of encirclement and blockade. Shui Feng consecutively rushed out a few times, but was unable to break out of the encirclement of the wooden stakes. Su Lingzhu continuously flashed with illusory afterimages, dazzling everyone's eyes. But just when the audience was unsure what Su Lingzhu wanted to do, she suddenly stopped moving and hovered above the arena like a spirit butterfly. Shui Feng, who was inside the wooden stakes, was delighted. "Humph, this boring trick of yours is ultimately of no use." But just as she finished speaking, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! A series of rapid sounds caused everyone's eardrums to tremble. Everyone's pupils shrank, and their expressions were all stunned. That is, threads? Threads! Thin, transparent threads were entwined between the wooden stakes in a disorderly manner. But what was truly shocking were the tens of gem-like talismans that hung on those thin threads. What? At this moment, everyone in the room came to a sudden realization. Countless people admired Su Lingzhu in their hearts. So that was it. From refining earth-level talismans while fighting and retreating, to quietly burying the thin thread talismans when it seemed to block Shui Feng, Su Lingzhu calmly set up this trap. Looking at the colorful cocoon-like earth-level talismans hanging on the thin threads, Shui Feng turned pale with fright. She had no time to react at all. Su Lingzhu, who was in the air in front of her, raised her beautiful eyes and moved her red lips slightly, saying, "Explode! Explode!" Buzz! In an instant, all the talismans around Shui Feng burst into a brilliant, colorful light at the same time. If one or even several earth-level talismans were not enough to hurt a heavenly pattern master, The power produced when more than 20 Earth-level talismans were detonated at the same time was absolutely terrifying. Rumble, incomparably violent, and heavy explosions overlapped with each other. Masses of majestic light clouds surged into the sky. The sky and earth changed color. The airship was overwhelmed by the waves. An entire sacred dragon island was shaking restlessly. A majestic wave of light crushed in all directions, and all kinds of surging waves raged like a rain of arrows. The audience outside the arena were all shocked. On the host stand, the head of the Shui clan suddenly stood up, clenched his fists, and his eyes were deep. Bang, bang, bang. A powerful force swept across the arena, and the light curtain released by the boundary wall kept shaking. Qi, Juexin, Lu Yan, and Chu Hen couldn't help but squint their eyes. The martial arts genius of Zhongyuan Castle, Zhui Wehan, wore a playful smile, and his eyebrows were full of pride and complacency. Bang! Then, under the nervous gazes of the audience, a battered and exhausted figure flew out from the chaotic cyclone. Shui Feng staggered a few steps backward. Her body swayed unsteadily and she nearly fell down. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her hair was messy. Even her clothes were torn in several places, and her beautiful face was extremely gloomy and cold. She didn't have the strength to fight anymore. The result was obvious. From being suppressed just now to a strong reversal, Su Lingzhu directly put on a stunning and peerless battle of high intelligence. Haha, good. It's simply perfect. Su Lingzhu is the strongest. The audience in Zhongyuan Castle burst into cheers, especially for the previous match between Qi Juexin and Song Xiao. This could be said to be a relief. It seems like our plan has failed, he. The genius of the Lu family, Lu Yan, shook his head and chuckled. He glanced at Qi Juexin with interest. However, a faint smile hung on Qi Juexin's face. As expected. Oh, if I don't even have a decent opponent, then the final would be too boring. Qi Juexin seemed to be very satisfied with the answer. Lu Yan smiled. It seemed like Qi Juexin had never thought that Shui Feng could defeat Su Lingzhu. Of course, this was also Qi Juexin's style of doing things. On the other side of the auditorium, this woman is really smart, and she really knows how to advance step by step. Han Yichuan shook his head and sighed. Zhang Shu laughed. I've said before, Miss Lingzhu is not easy to deal with. The next match is Brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao said expectantly. Long Xuanchuang, Mu Feng, and Haozi also nodded slightly. Now, several popular contestants, such as Qi Juexin, Song Xiao, Shui Feng, and Su Lingzhu, had all entered the arena. The only one who could threaten Chu Hen was Lu Yan. There were still more than half of the matches, and the probability of meeting Lu Yan was very low. It seemed that the probability of Chu Hen advancing to the next round was relatively high. The turbulent energy waves gradually calmed down. The water on the arena had disappeared, and the devastated square appeared in front of everyone again. I announce that the winner of this round is Su Lingzhu of Zhongyuan Castle. Wow! Some people shouted excitedly, while others shook their heads and sighed. Missy, are you all right? A few members of the Shui family went up to support Shui Feng, but she pushed them away. Get lost! She glared at Su Lingzhu, who had already returned to the arena. Zhuo Yuehan quickly went up to her. You're indeed Su Lingzhu. You didn't let me down at all. I was just lucky. Su Lingzhu replied calmly. Next, the 24th round. Let's welcome the two contestants to the arena. The elder who hosted the competition, Shui Zhen, announced again. It was the 24th round. The audience calmed down a little, and their attention returned to the arena. Brother Chu Hen, it's your turn. Do your best. Yi Yao smiled sweetly. Be careful, Long Xuanchuang said. Those people are all on the arena. You'll definitely win this round. Chu Hen smiled. However, at the same time as he stood up and walked down from the audience, another young figure slowly walked out. Following that, the arena erupted into a clamor. It's Lu Yan! What a coincidence! The few popular contestants are arranged to fight together? Who is Lu Yan's opponent? How unlucky! Chapter 1006. It's Lu Yan. Haha, a few popular geniuses are fighting together. Boom! Following the jubilant atmosphere in the arena, another super popular genius from the Lu family, Lu Yan, appeared after Qi Juexin against Song Xiao and Su Lingzhu against Shui Feng. As a popular contestant, Lu Yan even walked out of the Black Illusion Tower in the first round of the promotion battle with the result of first place. His appearance allowed the audience to see the ending of the match. There's no suspense anymore. Qi Juexin, Su Lingzhu, and the others have finished their matches. Among the remaining contestants, none of them is a match for Lu Yan. That's right. Looking at the high-spirited and arrogant Lu Yan on the arena, Mu Feng, Haozi, Long Xuanxuang, Yao, and the others on the other side were stunned. Just now, they were secretly glad that the probability of Chu Hen running into Lu Yan was not too high. However, in the blink of an eye, the thing that they were most worried about happened immediately. Isn't this 2F** king coincidental? It must be that bastard's trick. Almost without any doubt, the audience could directly determine that it was someone who did it on purpose. Zhang Shu, who did not know the inside story, sighed softly. Is brother Chu Hen so unlucky? How could he run into Lu Yan in such a situation? Brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao called out to Chu Hen subconsciously, trying to dissuade him from going into the arena. The others also looked at him cautiously. However, Chu Hen replied calmly, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Due to their understanding of Chu Hen, the few of them did not say anything more and immediately nodded their heads. They only gave a simple reminder of be careful. Because he was Lu Yan's opponent, Chu Hen's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. It's that guy? The elder hosting the competition, Shui Zhen, was slightly surprised. Shui Zhen had some impression of Chu Hen. Earlier, when he was registering for the Heavenly Talisman battle, the item Chu Hen displayed was a heaven-rank clear flow pill, and Chu Hen was still an earthly inscription master. Zhongyuan Castle. Su Lingzhu's beautiful eyes were also filled with faint surprise. Zhuo Yuehan seemed to be interested. Interesting. Zhuo Yuehan had some recollection of Chu Hen. After all, on the day of registration, Chu Hen had almost gotten into an argument with Su Lingzhu because he refused to let Su Lingzhu cut the queue. After that, all sorts of low and heavy noises could be heard. Who is this guy? I don't know. I don't recognize him. He's really gutsy. Doesn't he know what kind of ruthless character Lu Yan is? As long as you have some self-awareness, you should forfeit. Chu Hen, who had just arrived at Whale Island City, was undoubtedly a stranger to the crowd. Many people sneered disdainfully, but then a loud cry came from the spectator seats. He was the one who crippled Shin, who in the Black Illusory Tower in Zone 4. What? Whoosh! It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was instantly astonished and in an uproar. Everyone immediately recalled that just this morning, during the first round of the district advancement competition, the genius of the Shin clan, Shan Hu, had fallen in the first round of the battle, and the Dao tree within his Naiwan palace had been forcefully crushed. And the culprit was this unfamiliar young man before them? Was this for real? Everyone had their doubts. However, the gloomy and cold expression of the Shun family's patriarch was enough to explain everything. Good lad, I almost misjudged him. Looks like there's some hope. Tisk, what's there to see? The gap between Shin Hu and Lu Yan isn't just a little. Even if this lad has the ability to cripple Shin Hu, he'll most likely die in Lu Yan's hands. That's right. Although Shen Hu's talent is very high, he has only entered the sect for a short period of time. If we were to talk about the attainments of the talisman technique, even 10 Shin Hus might not be able to defeat a single Lu Yan. The two of them are not on the same level. Most people were still 100% optimistic about Lu Yan. Under the gazes of the crowd, Chu Hen and Lu Yan successively walked into the arena that was full of scars. The arena that was full of potholes emitted a heavy atmosphere of confrontation. Lu Yan cast a sidelong glance at Chu Hen, a frivolous smile on his lips. "Someone sent me to take your life." His mocking tone was filled with disdain. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and cast a lazy glance at Qi Juexin, who was outside the arena. The latter crossed his arms and had the ghost of a smile on his face, but Lu Yan raised his voice and said with great interest, "I've suddenly changed my mind. Instead of killing you, why don't I make you become like Shen Hu?" A cold glare flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. He smiled faintly. "You'll make a fool of yourself. Ha ha ha." Lu Yan was not angry. Instead, he laughed. "What's wrong with the world? He's just an earth tattoo master, and he dares to boast shamelessly here." Chu Hen spread his hands. Some people thought the same in the beginning, but in the end, they didn't even have the chance to regret it. "Haha, interesting, this is really interesting." Lu Yan became more and more excited. For him, Chu Hen's provocation would only make him more excited. He grinned and let out a strange laugh. "Hey, be careful, you may lose a leg or an arm." Reiki energy, which was comparable to a torrent, suddenly burst out of Lu Yan's body. A string of runes was completed in an instant. He raised his hand toward Chu Hen and closed his 5 fingers in the air. "Earth abyss!" Crack. Suddenly, the ground under Chu Hen's feet split in the middle. The earth shook as if it was cracking, and a dark crack spread rapidly without any hesitation. Chu Hen held the Reiki energy with one hand and instantly pinched the rune to accelerate. A few brilliant lights and shadows surrounded his feet, forming a pair of illusory light boots with spiritual patterns. Chu Hen then stepped on the wind and directly leaped off the ground. Bang! Just a second after Chu Hen left the ground, a pair of huge, sharp, ghost claws suddenly stretched out from the abyss of the crack below. It was like a ghost hand from hell. It quickly closed and almost grabbed Chu Hen and dragged him into the ground. That was close! Fortunately, that kid ran fast. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Lu Yan. Hee, you have to run faster. Remember, if you're slow, you'll easily lose your arms or break your legs. Various kinds of resplendent and luxurious runes and secret scrolls revolved around Lu Yan's fingertips. The spiritual power that was released enveloped Chu Hen within with an overwhelming aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the area above Chu Hen. Countless dazzling beams of light burst out from the dark cloud, like the holy light of dawn that penetrated the clouds. The sharp beams of light sprinkled down and turned into sharp flying swords that penetrated Chu Hen. Whoosh! The rapid air easily caused the space to tremble. Chu Hen seemed to be exposed to a sky full of arrows. In the case that martial arts power and bloodline power could not be used normally, Chu Hen could only continue to use the acceleration rune technique to dodge. Whoosh! Chu Hen dodged repeatedly. The falling flying swords of Reiki energy hit the ground and directly formed a dark hole. Such amazing penetrating power was enough to strangle any earth pattern master into pieces. After dodging the opponent's attack, Chu Hen flicked his hands and transformed into a few beautiful spirit butterflies. But then Lu Yan's next rune technique was quietly completed. "It seems that you can't keep up with the rhythm," Lu Yan sneered. Together with the complex secret scroll that bloomed from his body, a powerful momentum filled the whole area. A storm came. The sky and earth changed color. The wind and clouds surged. Countless sharp icicles fell from the sky, covering the entire competition area inside the boundary wall. The temperature of the entire coiled dragon arena plummeted. A bone-piercing cold current rushed towards the surrounding audience seats, causing many people to shiver. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. He flashed to the ground and dodged nimbly. Boom! Each icicle was more than 2 meters wide and 5 meters long. They fell heavily on the ground, smashing a huge pit. At the same time, the splashing ice chips instantly froze the ground. A series of heavy explosions reverberated throughout the arena. Potholes appeared one after another on the ground. Chu Hen was as nimble as a monkey passing through the forest. Even though he was able to avoid the icicle's attack every single time, the cold air that came into contact with him caused a layer of frost to form on his clothes and arms. Compared with Chu Hen's slightly embarrassed dodging, Lu Yan, who was in the center of the square, was like a wizard spirit that controlled a powerful force. He didn't even move from the beginning to the end. Bang, bang, bang! 5 consecutive icicles fell one after another, as if a heavy stone door was being closed from top to bottom. Along with the flying mud and ice fragments, Chu Hen did a somersault on the ground, narrowly dodging the icicles without any mishaps. Immediately afterward, Chu Hen suddenly jumped up, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, and rushed straight to Lu Yan. Buzz, vigorous Reiki energy quickly gathered in Chu Hen's palm. Bright and beautiful runes turned into spirals and gathered at one point. The strong force caused the space to tremble. Chu Hen raised his palm and blasted toward Lu Yan in front of him. Beautiful move! Many people in the audience were surprised by Chu Hen's back thrust. The eyes of Zheng Xu, Yi Yao, Hani Chuan, Mu Feng, and the others also lit up. Although he was affected by the barrier and couldn't use the power of martial arts, Chu Hen's physical strength and physique were better than other tattoo masters. After a series of dodges, Chu Hen didn't hesitate to seize the opportunity to counterattack. Buzz! The cold and overbearing power poured down, and a strong wind surged toward Lu Yan. Looking at Chu Hen, who raised his palm to attack, Lu Yan revealed a mocking smile. Good idea, but it's useless. Boom bang! As his voice faded, Lu Yan's position suddenly rose up. The ground beneath him also split open, and along with the bone-piercing cold air, a pair of huge pincers that emitted a chilling aura suddenly shot out, striking towards Chu Hen. Bang! Chu Hen's Reiki energy palm collided with the giant pincers, and a violent explosive force suddenly burst out. Rocks rolled, and the aftermath surged. The shattered rocks were like a flock of startled moths. What was that? The audience was shocked. Before the audience could react, the ground cracked open again, and a metal hook that shone with a faint blue light shot out once more. Chu Hen's pupils shrank, and he retreated with lightning speed. The cold metal hook tore through the air and almost passed through Chu Hen's throat. Hiss! Accompanied by a heavy exhalation, a scorpion more than 10 meters wide crawled out of the ground under many pairs of shocked eyes. The audience was in an uproar, shock and admiration for Lu Yan. This was an ice scorpion formed from the power of ice. A dense white mist wantonly rose from its body. Its pincers were like a pair of scissors, and the stinger on its back was like a giant ice python that was raised high in the air. The parts below Lu Yan's knees seemed to have merged with the ice scorpion. As if the ice scorpion was an extension of his body, he sneered and looked at Chu Hen in front of him in a judgmental manner. Chapter 1007. Haha! Trash that can't even get close to me. What qualifications does he have to be my opponent? Arrogant, haughty, untamed, as well as condescending. These were synonyms for Lu Yan. Compared to these, the most astonishing thing was the opponent's exquisite and powerful runic mastery. Hiss! A cold and dangerous aura permeated the entire arena. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ferocious and huge ice scorpion beneath Lu Yan. Like a pair of large scissors. Its sharp claws were like a pair of large scissors. Its raised stinger was like a dancing python, and the barb at its end was especially sharp. Once it pierced into flesh, it would definitely tear bone and flesh apart. Hiss! The audience outside the arena secretly sucked in a breath of cold air, fear and shock surging in their eyes. This guy is really terrifyingly strong. He can even use such an unorthodox runic technique. Lu Yan has always been a ruthless person who likes to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. That kid won't be able to last much longer. Heh, you have to run even faster this time. Lu Yan's eyes flickered with excitement. This feeling was like a cruel hunter looking at his struggling prey. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. Buzz, as soon as his voice fell, Lu Yan flipped his right hand, and nearly 100 runes quietly appeared on his fingertips. Like a flock of butterflies, the runes rapidly gathered together, and soon after, an incomparably intense Reiki energy wave and incomparably high temperature erupted in front of him. Chu Hen frowned slightly. In the next instant, an earth-shattering heat wave surged over, and a pillar of fire directly traversed the east and west, rushing towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen's figure flashed to the left, and the scorching pillar of fire brushed past his body. Before he could stabilize his body, a xiao sound of breaking wind came. The sharp ice scorpion stinger was like an infinitely long iron chain piercing through the sky. It left a long shadow in the air as it rapidly pierced towards Chu Hen's head. Such a fast-paced attack caused the hearts of countless spectators to hang in suspense. Was the battle about to end? However, Chu Hen had already expected this. He tilted his head to the right, and the tail stinger that was coming for his life once again brushed past his face at an extremely small distance. What a close shave! Quite a few people in the audience were secretly sweating for Chu Hen. Many of Lu Yan's supporters secretly sighed in pity. Almost. This guy's luck is really good. Are you sure it's just luck? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was that person's prediction. You must be joking. If this is a prediction, then isn't it too daring? The slightest carelessness would result in an incomparably miserable outcome. In the arena, the battle rhythm between Chu Hen and Lu Yan was getting faster and faster. Lu Yan cast all kinds of extremely destructive runes and coordinated with the attacks of the ice scorpion, fiercely besieging Chu Hen. The dazzling power in the arena caused the entire arena to explode. It had to be said that as a genius second only to Qi Jueshin in Whale Island City, Lu Yan was truly proficient in all kinds of powerful runes. Raging flames and icicles blended together, and a rain of swords and wind blades flew together. The successive attacks practically reduced Chu Hen to a state where he could only defend. This won't do. The difference in realm is too great. In the spectator stands, Housie shook his head continuously. The others were also frowning at their wits' end. Runes weren't Chu Hen's strong suit. He could clearly defeat his opponent easily, but he just couldn't use his martial arts. This was really stifling. If this goes on, Brother Chu Hen won't be able to hold on for long. We might as well advise him to forfeit. Zhang Shu also said, "Forfeit?" The others shook their heads. From the moment Chu Hen decided to go on stage, the other party had no intention of forfeiting. So that's how it is. Shifeng Zi's gaze flickered, and his old eyes glowed. The others all turned to look at him with puzzled expressions. "Senior, what did you just say?" Long Xuan asked. Shifeng Zi smiled and said in a relaxed manner, "Just watch, there's no need to ask." On the other side, since the start of the match, he hasn't even been able to display a complete rune technique. This has indeed surprised me. The martial arts genius of Zhongyuan Castle, Zhui Wehan, smiled playfully. Su Lingzu raised her eyebrows and replied softly, "If he's really an ordinary person, Qi Jueshin wouldn't have sent Lu Yan to deal with him." Oh, Zhuo Rahan was visibly startled. He subconsciously glanced at Qi Jueshin, who was sitting beside the host's spectator stand. He saw that Qi Jueshin was calmly watching the chaotic scene unfold on the field, as if he was sitting on top of the mountain and watching the sea. Pay attention to that person's movements. Su Lingzu continued. Zhuo Yuehan's gaze returned to Chu Hen. After a careful observation, Zhu Yuehan's expression could not help but be stunned. What surprised him was that while Chu Hen was dodging Lu Yan's attacks, his body would produce a faint Reiki energy fluctuation. He's secretly setting up a rune array? Zhuo Yuehan asked. That's right. Su Lingzhu confirmed. Her beautiful eyes rippled as she replied solemnly. On the surface, it looks like Lu Yan is chasing after his opponent. But in reality, that person is moving according to a set pattern. While he's moving, he's secretly setting up runes. After listening to Su Lingzhu's explanation, Zhui Wehan was very surprised. No wonder Chu Hen was calm and unhurried from beginning to end. It turned out that this was a meticulously prepared setup. Amidst his surprise, Zhui Wehan could not help but laugh. I think, with Lu Yan's eyesight, it's impossible that he didn't see through this trick, right? Of course. Su Lingzhu confirmed he's already started to deal with it. Before he could finish his sentence, a wave of exclamations rose from the audience. He's actually doing two things at the same time. That's amazing, young master Lu Yan. He's showing off his ability to win the championship. Many exclamations were heard. Even the family heads and the governor, Qi Ming, who were on the host stand, praised him. Both of Lu Yan's hands were surrounded by many beautiful and exquisite runes. However, the power of the series of attacks on Chu Hen came from the runes on his right hand, and the number of runes on his left hand was increasing. In other words, while Lu Yan was attacking Chu Hen, he was also condensing another kind of rune technique that was even more complicated and powerful, doing two things at the same time. The skillful technique and ability that Lu Yan displayed won the admiration of countless contestants present. Isn't this too much? If something goes wrong, it'll be self-defeating. Self-defeating? That depends on who it is. For a top genius like Lu Yan, it's a piece of cake for him to perform the rune technique on both sides. Everyone thought that, in such a situation, Lu Yan might relax a little. However, they didn't expect him to not relax at all. Instead, he was preparing an even more powerful sure-kill attack. He didn't intend to give Chu Hen any chance at all. I didn't expect a trash like you to last so long. Do you think you can fool me with your little tricks? Lu Yan laughed presumptuously. The ice scorpion under him waved its saw pincers, as if announcing Chu Hen's fate. Too naive, haha. Accompanied by wild laughter, Lu Yan raised his right hand, and the dazzling rune secret scroll gushed out. In an instant, more than a dozen powerful saber lights danced out like intertwining willow leaves and slashed at Chu Hen. What made people surprised was that Chu Hen did not choose to dodge this time. He looked at the dozens of sharp saber lights in front of him with a firm gaze, fearless. Have you given up resisting? I haven't used my ultimate move yet. Lu Yan shouted with a hint of madness. Big brother Chu Hen? Below the stage, Yi Yao's expression changed. Hiss, 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 in an instant, the merciless saber lights all hit Chu Hen's body. Beams of shining light were like divine weapons that could cut through iron like mud, and Chu Hen's body was directly torn apart. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Mu Feng, Haozi Longshuanshuang, and the others also looked pale. They saw Chu Hen's body shatter into thousands of pieces, like fluttering crystal glass, and dissipate between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked and confused. Then, countless crisscrossing light patterns suddenly appeared on the ground inside the arena. The sky suddenly darkened, frost and dust filled the sky, and a dark blood-red crow appeared in the sky above the arena. Bang! The earth split open, the soil turned over, and strong octopus, tentacle-like branches drilled out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, a towering tree that was dozens of meters tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This tree was completely sparkling and translucent, especially a crystal tree. Moreover, it exuded an astonishing spiritual aura. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone was even more shocked. Chapter 1008. That talisman formation is completed. Wow. Along with a burst of astonished noises, the sky above the coiled dragon arena was suddenly covered with frost and dust, and the sky was dimmed. The dark, blood-red crows, like demonic creatures from hell, fluttered between heaven and earth. The originally bright and beautiful world instantly became gloomy and dark. The crystal tree that had suddenly grown out of nowhere was dazzling and eye-catching, especially in that dark space. It seemed to contain an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy. What's this? It looks like an illusion. An illusion? Is this a joke? An illusion formation set by an earth tattoo master can trap a heavenly tattoo master? Bang! Immediately after, the ground behind Lu Yen burst open once again. Rocks were sent flying, and strong and sturdy branches extended from the ground. The dense branches and leaves formed a huge tree crown. In the blink of an eye, a huge crystal tree that was nearly 100 meters tall appeared on the arena. Hey! With a playful smile on his face, Lu Yen condensed more and more talismans on his left hand. They were colorful and gorgeous like the stars in the vast universe. Finally, it's a little bit interesting. A faint excitement appeared on Lu Yan's face, and his eyes revealed traces of madness and ruthlessness. Bang! Boom! Then, with Lu Yan as the center, the ground around him bulged and burst open, and countless branches stretched out from the ground. The spectacular and peculiar scene was like a huge octopus drilling out of a hole in the ground. In an instant, the whole arena was covered with trees. The dark sky was filled with flocks of blood-red crows. The cold wind was blowing, and the cold air was overlapping. Many spectators couldn't help but squint their eyes. This kind of environment made those outsiders involuntarily immersed in it. In less than 20 seconds, the arena was covered with crystal trees. The branches and leaves were swaying, crystal clear, and looked like a corner of a forest. Standing in the middle of the trees, Lu Yan's ice scorpion swayed its body and made sharp hissing sounds. Ha ha ha! You dare to embarrass yourself in front of me with such a low-level glyph array? As soon as he finished speaking, the ice scorpion's iron hook stinger instantly shot out, bringing about an incomparably cold wind-piercing force as it attacked the nearest crystal tree. Bang! With a loud explosion, the ice scorpion's deadly stinger pierced through the large tree like a sharp sword, following which the stinger swayed and lifted upwards, directly uprooting the large tree. At the same time, the other crystal trees suddenly erupted with strange energy fluctuations. Swish, swish, swish! Countless thin and long vines shot out from the branches, leaves, and trunks. The vines crisscrossed and intersected with each other like a huge net, quickly entangling Lu Yen in the center. The latter sneered disdainfully, and a string of runes appeared in his right hand. Whoosh! The ice scorpion beneath him leaped up, leaving the ground and soaring into the sky. The vines chased after him again, but the ice scorpion swung its incomparably sharp scissors and cut off all the vines. Despite the large number of vines, they were still unable to restrict Lu Yan's movements. In the blink of an eye, the area below Lu Yan had already been intertwined into a huge net by the vines. Buzz, buzz, soon after, each crystal tree shone with a dazzling white light, and along with a strong energy fluctuation. Illusory figures flashed out from the tree trunks. The illusory figures immediately solidified, and in the blink of an eye, there were dozens of Chu Hen. Wow, what a superb illusion technique. Looks like the main body is hidden among those clones. This is going to be interesting. This match is going to be quite exciting. Looking at the clones of Chu Hen that were being created from the crystal tree, many of the audience revealed expressions of amazement. Even Qi Jueshin had a flash of surprise in his eyes, but it was mostly disdain. He crossed his arms, rubbed his chin, and said, "Although it's a little unexpected, it's not that high level. On the other side of the Zhongyuan castle." Su Lingzu shook her head slightly and muttered to herself, "Not a bad illusion formation, but it's a pity there's not much time left." Lu Yen raised his eyebrows disdainfully. He looked at the many Chu Hen around him with disdain and said in a mocking tone, "Come on. Come on, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." As soon as he finished speaking, all the Chu Hen dashed out and released powerful Reiki energy toward Lu Yen in the sky in front of them. The corner of Lu Yan's mouth drew back, revealing a cold and creepy smile. A series of runes appeared in his right hand, and they instantly merged into a secret scroll, which erupted with a scorching heat. Boom! In an instant, a huge fireball rushed out with a crushing force, and along with bursts of distorted space, several Chu-Hen clones in front of it were blown into pieces. The incomparably violent fireball rushed all the way to the back, destroying a row of crystal trees with a crushing force. At the same time, several other clones flashed behind Lu Yan. However, before they could launch an attack, an ice-cold stinger flew out, like the iron lock of the Yangtze River. The fierce wind whistled, and the ice scorpion stinger swept fiercely on the bodies of several Chu-Hen. Bang, bang, bang. After a few consecutive explosions, the few Chu-Hen clones were once again smashed into pieces. The violent power wreaked havoc, and the sky above the arena turned dark. Even though there were many phantoms of Chu-Hen's clones, Lu Yan's attack and defense could be said to be seamless and impregnable. One after another, powerful runes condensed from Lu Yan's right hand, and the successive attacks were like intertwining torrents and intersecting stars. The crystal trees on the arena were blown up on the spot. Thousands of gorgeous light-patterned fragments fluttered in the air. In the sky above, many blood-colored crows let out high-pitched screeches. Chaotic battle between heaven and earth, piercing the sky. Everyone's eyes followed Lu Yan's offensive and searched everywhere for Chu-Hen's real body. This kind of illusory formation could be easily resolved as long as the real body of the person who set up the formation was found. However, judging from Lu Yan's expression, he did not seem to be in a hurry at all, because the rune condensed on his left hand was about to be completed. Brother Chu-Hen doesn't have much time left. If he doesn't stop Lu Yan's technique, he will be in danger. Zhang Shu, who was among the audience, said solemnly. Next to him, Yi Yao, Mu Feng, Han Chuan, and the others also frowned. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the position on Lu Yan's left hand, where thousands of dazzling and complicated runes had already condensed. The astonishing power fluctuations exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Once that technique was completed, it would definitely be a terrifying, sure-kill technique. If Chu-Hen wanted to turn the tables, the first thing he had to do was to interrupt Lu Yan's arrangement of this technique. But for now, it seemed that Lu Yan had firmly gained the upper hand with just one hand. Boom! Bang! A rain of fire flew, and ice spears were like shuttles. One by one, the doppelgangers were shattered by the impact, and one crystal tree after another was blasted into crystal fragments. Lu Yan was like a monster, sweeping the arena wantonly, crazy, ferocious, and excited. You have to hold on. Don't let me waste so much time in vain. Bang, bang, bang. The crystal trees were destroyed one after another, and the number of doppelgangers was rapidly decreasing. The position of Chu-Hen's real body was being infinitely exposed at this moment. The audience no longer had any doubts. The result of this match was already obvious. Nephew Lu Yan really knows how to play. The match could have ended long ago, but he dragged it out for so long, the head of the Meng family said faintly on the host stand. The head of the Lu family shook his head with a smile. Head of the Meng family thinks too highly of him. Lu Yan is only so capable, and he didn't deliberately delay the time. He's really modest. He could have won the match with just one hand. Everyone saw it clearly. Hee. The head of the Lu family only smiled modestly, but it wasn't hard to see the satisfaction hidden behind his eyes. Now, Shen Hu and Xue Feng had both been eliminated. As for that Meng Yan from the Meng family, his ability was average. Among the popular geniuses of the entire Whale Island city, only Qi Juexin and Lu Yan were left after the Battle of the Heavenly Talisman. The Lu family would definitely become famous with Lu Yan's stunning performance. At that time, they would definitely become the strongest family, second only to the city Lord's Mansion. Boom! Soon, the arena became spacious again. All of Chu-Hen's doppelgangers disappeared, and only one crystal tree was left. Come out. Lu Yen let out a strange laugh. He raised his right hand, and a piercingly cold blade of light flew towards the last crystal tree. As it moved, the blade of light rapidly enlarged and tore through the air. Bang! It slashed down head-on, and the crystal tree was instantly split into two, exploding from the middle. Waves of air surged and dust rose. Behind the crystal tree, a young figure with an extraordinary temperament appeared in everyone's line of sight. In the end, he was still discovered. Everyone outside the arena shook their heads inwardly, and some revealed looks of disdain. Not bad. Lu Yen laughed excitedly and looked at Chu Hen with eyes full of satisfaction and ridicule. The timing is just right. You just happened to persevere until this moment. I will give you a big gift. Big gift? His casual tone sent chills down everyone's spine. The hearts of everyone in the arena couldn't help but tremble. Everyone's eyes uniformly stared at the position on Lu Yan's left. Buzz, buzz, like a flock of butterflies, the runes transformed into thousands of strands of light that fused together. In an instant, a powerful force that surpassed all the previous rune techniques was released. The space fluctuated rhythmically, and innumerable strands of light intertwined and converged like a raging sacred flame. Feeling the strength of this force, the expressions of everyone in the arena changed again and again. Even Qi Juexin, Su Lingzhu, Song Xiu, Shui Feng, and the others couldn't help but narrow their eyes. What a powerful aura! Lu Yan is really amazing. He actually grasped such a high-level rune technique. It looks like the Lu family is going to ascend to the top of the Whale Island cities, 4 great families. Listening to the discussion below the field, the master of the Lu clan on the host stand couldn't help but smile contentedly. On the other hand, some were pleasantly surprised, while others were worried. Yi Yao, Mu Feng, and Haozi were all extremely anxious. What is Chu Hen doing? Why is he standing there like a fool? Hurry up and forfeit. Boss, if you can't win, then forget it. Whoosh! The surging, sacred flame burned on Lu Yan's left. He stood on top of the ice scorpion and looked down at Chu Hen. Don't worry. You won't die. At most, I'll destroy your street tree and cripple your meridians. Woo! Waves of chilly air whistled through the arena, but the sacred flame in Lu Yan's hand didn't have any temperature at all. Accompanied by an increasingly powerful aura, the face of a malevolent ghost could be vaguely seen within the flame. Chu Hen stared coldly at the sky, his expression as calm as the water in an ancient well. Now is not the time to pretend to be calm. Lu Yan's eyes turned cold as he shouted, You will stop here! Wu. Finished speaking, Lu Yan raised his left hand, and the malevolent evil spirit that faintly appeared from the flames released a dense, eerily cold aura. The vast, gloomy, cold air flowed towards Chu Hen. The endless aura of death and danger enveloped the world, and the entire arena was filled with the smell of blood. At this critical moment, without any suspense, Lu Yan's expression suddenly changed. That incomparably arrogant face suddenly turned pale with fright. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with astonishment. What's going on? The audience below the arena were also confused. Boom! An incomparably heavy sound exploded in the center of the arena without any warning. Everyone's pupils violently shrank. They saw the violent runic power on Lu Yan's left hand explode before it could even attack Chu Hen. A chaotic mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The shock wave from the cyclone that swept in all directions was like a flood that caused the entire arena to explode. A powerful circle of light surged out, and the ice scorpion beneath Lu Yan was instantly covered in cracks. Then, like shattered ice crystals, it flew wantonly in the air. Following a mournful scream, a battered and exhausted figure covered in blood was sent flying in the air. He heavily fell to the ground and left a trail of blood that was tens of meters long before he finally stopped. Lu Yan! Everyone's heart trembled. The head of the Lu family in the host stand suddenly stood up. His face was filled with confusion and astonishment. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Everyone in the arena was confused, and their heads were filled with question marks. The shock wave rose to the sky, and the wantonly shattered runes exploded in the sky like a bolt of lightning. Chu Hen, who was supposed to be lying on the ground, was standing there unscathed, while Lu Yan, who had already been recognized as the winner, was lying on the ground in agony. Looking at Lu Yan's appearance, everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. They saw that his entire left arm had been blown up, and the left side of his body was badly mutilated. This is caused by the rune backlash. After a moment of silence, the old man, Shui Zhen, who was the host of the competition, said these few words in a trembling voice. Rune backlash? Everyone was even more astonished. In other words, Lu Yan had made a mistake, and he had really outsmarted himself? No, impossible. Lu Yan's eyes were blood red, and he struggled with all his might like a mad beast. Impossible! I've condensed this technique with one hand countless times. It's absolutely impossible for me to make a mistake. After saying that, Lu Yan glared at Chu Hen with hatred and resentment. It's you cheated. What despicable method did you use? He broke the rules. Kill him! Kill him! Everyone once again looked towards Chu Hen. They were both shocked and puzzled. Chu Hen looked indifferently at Lu Yan, whose face was covered in blood. There was not the slightest bit of sympathy in his eyes. He said lightly, "Since you know it's an illusion, don't believe everything in front of you too much. Ka." At the same time, a blood-red crow in the sky actually broke away from the group and flew downwards. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned, and when they looked over, their pupils directly constricted into a dot. They saw the body of the blood-red crow distort in a strange manner into a beautiful golden rune that flickered with a golden light. Looking at that rune, Lu Yan's eyes widened in anger, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Chapter 1009. Caw! Along with a low cry, a blood-red crow in the sky flew away from the flock and landed on the ground. However, under the shocked gazes of the audience, that blood-red crow that seemed to have come from the netherworld twisted into a ball of light, and then slowly turned into a rune flashing with bright and beautiful light patterns. What? Wow! In an instant, the audience was stunned and fell into a dead silence. Qi Juexin, Su Lingzhu, Song Xiao Zhuiwehan, and other geniuses were also shocked. Even City, Lord Qi Ming, who was in the host stand, narrowed his eyes. The head of the Lu family frowned, and his veins bulged in his clenched fists. The hysterical Lu Yan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he glared angrily. You replaced my rune! Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had flashed in the minds of the audience. At this moment, the expressions of the audience became particularly strange. They all looked at Chu Hen with strange eyes, and their hearts were tumbling like waves. Unable to calm down illusion? A sure kill skill? Such a brilliant technique was simply beyond everyone's expectations. Only now did the audience understand that all the illusionary crystal trees and the series of clones created were all feints to confuse Lu Yan. The ultimate goal was to create an opportunity for the seemingly unimportant blood-red crows in the sky. Taking advantage of the chaos created by Chu Hen, the blood-red crow quietly replaced one of the runes that Lu Yan had condensed. And it was this rune that was like a broken support point, like a collapsed hub that directly caused a chain of breakdowns. Not only did it destroy Lu Yan's entire spell, but it also caused the rune's power to suffer a severe backlash. Victory and defeat were reversed in an instant. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. An Earth Pattern Master defeating a Heavenly Pattern Master. Just when everyone thought that there was no suspense, the result shocked everyone. Although this was a battle that exceeded the norm, Chu Hen had truly demonstrated what it meant to have outstanding control of the situation. This battle could be called perfect. It was no less amazing than the matches between Qi Juexin and Song Xiu and Su Lingzhu and Shui Feng. Kacha! After that, the talisman that the blood-colored crow had transformed into silently shattered, and just like the despair and unwillingness in Lu Yan's eyes, it transformed into ice crystal fragments that covered the sky. The illusory formation retreated, and the dark sky gradually returned to normal. The arena, which was riddled with holes, was dead silent. After a long silence, Shui Zhen let out a long sigh of relief. Then he raised his left hand and pointed at Chu Hen with a deep and meaningful tone. This round of the competition is over. The winner is this side. He had originally wanted to say Chu Hen's name, but he suddenly realized that he didn't know Chu Hen's origin and name, so he quickly changed his words. Whoosh! The announcement of the result of the match caused an uproar in the audience. All sorts of whispers and clamor could be heard. Lu Yan was so furious that his injuries were aggravated. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then let out a cry of anguish before he closed his eyes and fainted, seeing the scene. Many of the spectators from Whale Island City secretly shook their heads and sighed. In the end, Lu Yan had still outsmarted himself. If the other party hadn't gone to show off his skillful control and had advanced step by step with his individual talisman technique, he wouldn't have fallen into the trap that Chu Hen had dug. He had completely shot himself in the foot. Beautiful victory, haha, brother Chu Hen. Amazing. Big brother Chu Hen is too amazing. On the other side, Zhang Shu, Mu Feng, Yi Yao, and a few others applauded. In the host-spectator stand, the Lu family's patriarch's face was ashen. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. His eyes were burning with anger, and he had the urge to rush down and kill Chu Hen with a single slap. But after glancing at City Governor Qi Ming, who was sitting in the middle, he finally suppressed his anger and said in an incomparably low voice, "Bring the young master back! Yes!" The few members of the Lu family behind him responded in a deep voice. Then they quickly and violently stepped into the arena and carefully helped Lu Yan up. Looking at Lu Yan, who was covered in blood and whose entire arm had been blown up, the few members of the Lu family couldn't bear to look at him. This was only an external wound, yet it was already so serious. They didn't even know if the power of the rune's backlash had reached the inside of his Naiwan palace. If even the street tree was damaged, then Lu Yan's career as a rune master would more or less come to an end, just like Shen Hu of the Shen family. And with the loss of such a genius with a limitless future, the Lu family's wish to ascend to the top of the Whale Island cities, four great families, would also be dashed. Don't be angry, I'm just like you. The Shen family's patriarch stood up and patted the Lu family's patriarch on the shoulder. Then he shot a cold glance at Chu Hen, who was walking towards the spectator stand. Humph. The Lu family's patriarch snorted coldly and impatiently shook off his opponent's arm. Then he returned to his seat with a belly full of anger. The Shui family's patriarch and the Meng family's patriarch exchanged a glance. There was a hint of deep meaning in each other's eyes, but they had a tacit understanding and didn't say anything. Only City Lord Qi Tong sat calmly on his seat, without much fluctuation in his emotions. Big brother Chu Hen, you're too awesome. I knew you'd win. Chu Hen, who had returned to his seat, was immediately greeted by Yi Yao's adoring gaze. Zhang Shu also nodded in admiration. Amazing. Brother Chu Hen, you're truly a master of concealment. This little brother really admires you from the bottom of my heart. Brother Zhang must be joking. It was purely a petty trick. If the opponent had been a little more cautious, I wouldn't have been so lucky. Chu Hen smiled warmly. This is definitely not some petty trick. Zhang Shu shook his head and said solemnly, I'm afraid that no one in the arena would be able to guess your intentions. That's not necessarily true. Shifeng Zi, who was sitting on the outside, raised his eyes and said calmly. Chu Hen smiled and didn't say anything else. The 25th match began. After an uneasy interlude, the advancement round of the Heavenly Talisman battle continued. Very soon, Two contestants entered the arena. The competition was in full swing. Although some people were excited, the previous 3 matches had been too exciting. As a result, the audience's interest had decreased significantly. There's nothing else to see. Lingzu, let's go. The martial arts genius of Zhongyuan Castle, Zhui Wehan, said. Su Lingzu didn't say much. She nodded and prepared to leave the arena with her companions. Chu Hen didn't intend to stay and wait for the end of the competition. Chapter 1010. After Qi Juexin, Song Xiao, Su Lingzu, Shui Feng, as well as Chu Hen and Lu Yan's matches, the quality of the other contestants' matches had obviously declined. Many of the engraving masters who had already finished their matches quietly left the venue. When there were only a dozen matches left in the second round, Chu Hen and the group of people around him also quietly walked out of the venue. On the host's stand, Castellan Qiming continued to watch the matches leisurely, as if he was not bored at all. Then he suddenly asked a guard behind him, "Where's Zhu Xian?" The guard was stunned at first. Then he looked at where Qi Juexin was, but saw that it was empty. Reporting to Castellan, "Young master was here just now. I think he should have gone back in advance to prepare for the 3rd round of the finals." "Oh." Qi Ming raised his eyelids slightly. His sharp gaze was as sharp as a goshawk's, causing people to feel intimidated at first glance. Others might not know. But Qi Ming knew that Qi Juexin was not a person who liked to make last-minute preparations. Then, Qi Ming's gaze subconsciously swept across a few empty seats on one side of the spectator stand. He pondered for a moment, then said faintly, "Go find young master and see what he is doing. Yes, Castellan." The guard nodded respectfully, then left with the other 2 people from the back. Splash! On the shore, waves appeared on the clear blue water. "Noni, run faster! Don't just focus on catching crabs." After defeating Lu Yan, Chu Hen successfully advanced to the 3rd round, which made everyone feel very relaxed and happy. This was especially true for Yi Yao. She was playing with Noni, the yin-yang beast, on the beach. "Sai, we are not here to travel." Mu Feng shook his head speechlessly. To be honest, everyone could be said to be trapped in Whale Island City. They couldn't go to the Immortal and Devil Tomb, nor could they return to the Eastern continent. He didn't have much leisure time. However, Chu Hen didn't care about it. Anyway, there was no better choice. Instead of making everyone wait anxiously, it was better to take this opportunity to relax. Suddenly, yin-yang beast Noni stopped, and the air around it flowed faster. "What's wrong, Noni?" Yi Yao asked in confusion. Then, a few figures exuding a sharp aura walked over from the other side. The crowd furrowed their brows and showed displeasure on their faces. The newcomer was none other than Qi Juexin. Noni, over here!" Qi Juexin had a gentle smile on his face. He was like a gentle owner, waving at his beloved pet. However, no one dared to compliment Qi Juexin's smile. Yi Yao was startled by the other party's action. She hurriedly stood in front of the yin-yang beast. "What do you want now? You almost killed it last time. What do you want this time?" Qi Juexin ignored Yi Yao and continued to wave at Noni. Noni raised its head and looked at its former owner with a complicated expression in its eyes. It seemed to be hesitating. "Come back to me, Noni." Qi Juexin smiled and squatted down. Noni subconsciously took a few steps forward, then raised its head to look at the nervous Yi Yao. "That should be enough. It's no longer your pet." Chu Hen's voice, which carried a faint chill, rang out. Qi Juexin's smile froze for a moment. He then stood up and looked at the crowd with a teasing look. "Not bad. Even Lu Yan was defeated by you. However, if you want to obtain the flowing cloud golden boat through the heavenly talisman battle, aren't you being too delusional? This kind of petty trick is useless in the final battle." The other party's words exposed the crowd's intention. From Qi Juexin's point of view, Chu Hen, who had defeated Lu Yan, was just lucky. If Lu Yan had been more careful, he would have easily discovered the problem. "Thank you for your reminder. Young governor." Chu Hen paused for a moment before replying indifferently. However, we don't have time to waste here. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the young governor like this? A guard of the governor's mansion shouted in a stern voice. Chu Hen smiled. You even brought a few dogs. Are you afraid that your dead body will appear on the beach tomorrow? You're courting death. The guards were furious, and they erupted with a piercingly cold and ghastly aura. However, Qi Jueqin was not angry at all. He raised his hand and signaled the people behind him to leave. Haha, it's hard to say whose dead body will appear on the beach, but I'm sure that their deaths must be very ugly. Qi Jueqin pretended to raise his hand helplessly. He did not hide the threat in his words at all. It's a little cruel just thinking about it. I heard that a lonely soul that dies in a foreign land is the most pitiful. Haha, provocation, threat. Every word, every phrase was as repulsive as a needle. It's your first time in Whale Island City. Have fun, everyone. Qi Jueqin smiled strangely as he swept his gaze over Chu Hen and the rest. After all, you don't have much time left. Ha 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 ha. With that, Qi Jueqin turned around and left proudly. A few guards of the city, Lord Manor, glanced at Chu Hen with cold and indifferent eyes. Then they followed behind Qi Jueqin and left. This was too much. The faces of Mu Feng, Han Yichuan, Haozi, and the rest were already covered in frost. This was really suffocating. This bastard, I really want to hack him with my sword. Mu Feng gritted his teeth and cursed. Tisk, go ahead and hack him then. I didn't see you speak just now. Xiaowan hit him mercilessly. You, stop quarreling. A cold glint flashed across Chu Hen's eyes. He turned to the side and said in a deep voice, Let's return to the inner city first. Zheng Shu, who was at the side, was shocked and puzzled. He hadn't expected that Chu Hen would have a grudge against Qi Jueqin. What should he do? One had to know that the governor's mansion was the supreme authority in Whale Island City. Offending Qi Jueqin was equivalent to having half a foot in hell. Brother Chu Hen. Zheng Shu pondered for a moment before calling out to him. I advise you not to participate in the third round. You should hurry up and leave. Without a pass, we can't board the flowing cloud gold boat. Haozi replied, A pass? Let me help you. Zheng Shu said, Oh, you can get a pass? The others were surprised. Zheng Shu nodded without hesitation. Our Zheng family has business dealings with Whale Island City, and we have a good relationship with a few families here. It shouldn't be too difficult to get them to help us get a few passes. If you help us, I'm afraid Qi Jueqin will make things difficult for you, Haozi said. You can rest assured. Although our Zheng family isn't a first-rate family, we still have some connections. At most, we'll just give up on our business here in Whale Island City. Qi Jueqin's hands aren't that long. They won't be able to reach Zhongyuan Castle. After listening to Zheng Shu's explanation, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all turned to look at Chu Hen. However, what was surprising was that Chu Hen actually rejected Zheng Shu's good intentions. There's no need. I've decided to participate in the decisive battle tomorrow. What? Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Long Xuanchuang frowned slightly and pursed her red lips, faint ripples appearing in her phoenix-like eyes. Why? Big brother Chu Hen? Yi Yao asked nervously. Chu Hen's gaze swept across the azure sea, as if connected to the vast horizon. His eyes were as dazzling as the stars. Because there's no need to escape. There's no need to escape. Everyone was stunned once again, as if they couldn't understand what Chu Hen was thinking. In fact, if Qi Jueqin hadn't appeared here today, Chu Hen would most likely have listened to Zheng Shu's suggestion and left this place as soon as possible. However, in the end, Qi Jueqin still came with an arrogant attitude. Since that was the case, they might as well stay for another day. Of course, Chu Hen had also considered that Zheng Shu wouldn't be able to help them obtain passes. After all, With Qi Juexin's shrewdness, it was impossible for him not to have thought of this. Therefore, the probability of them leaving Whale Island City with Zhang Shu's help was minuscule. Since escape was useless, they might as well go all out and fight according to their own ideas. Where did these people come from? They can actually challenge Qi Juexin? On the other side of the beach, a few young talents from Zhongyuan Castle looked at Chu Hen's party in astonishment as they prepared to leave sacred Flood Dragon Island. No wonder Chu Hen had dared to refuse Su Lingzu's registration on the evening of the registration. Now it seemed that he wasn't just trying to show off his courage. Zhuo Yuehan rubbed his chin, a trace of rumination in his eyes. Interesting, an Earth Pattern Master crippled 2 Heavenly Pattern Masters in a row. Do you need me to investigate their background? Asked a young man from Zhongyuan Castle. Zhuo Yuehan glanced at Su Lingzu, but saw that the latter was still looking curiously at the backs of Chu Hen's party. Shortly after, he chuckled. There's no need. After all, they can't get past Qi Juexin. Everyone looked at each other and smiled, as if they were watching a good show. Su Lingzu didn't say much, and took the lead to leave. Chapter 10-11. As night fell, the streets of Whale Island City were brightly lit. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and the bustling streets were ablaze with lights. 1,000 jars of wine, 100 fragrances. Everyone had a bowl of wine, and under the lively atmosphere, everyone was discussing the thrilling moments of the first 2 rounds of the Heavenly Talisman battle. Marvelous! It was truly marvelous! I didn't think that even Lu Yan and Shui Feng would lose in the second round. I'm not surprised that Shui Feng lost. After all, her opponent was Su Lingzu. The one who depressed me the most was Lu Yan. That's right. I really didn't think that Lu Yan would lose so miserably, and so would Xin Hu. Even the street tree was destroyed. His life is ruined. At the mention of Lu Yan and Shen Hu, the crowd in the taverns and tea-houses couldn't help but sigh. Compared to these 2 people, Shui Feng, who had been eliminated from the competition, was not a big deal. Not to mention the fact that Lu Yan had lost an arm to the backlash from the runes. If the street tree had also been damaged, it would have ended up even worse than Shen, who in this way, the status of the Lu family and the Shen family among the 4 great families of Whale Island City would naturally be affected and shaken. It was easy to imagine how much of a blow today's battle had dealt to the 2 families. Who exactly is that young man? I've never heard of such a person in the surrounding regions. He can't be a genius that some family has secretly raised, can he? That can't be right. The geographical location between the East Continent and the Midland is extremely complicated. Even if he's a genius secretly raised by some family, some news will definitely leak out. But this young man seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Not even a single person knows him, and his methods are so ruthless. It's really troublesome. Without a doubt, after today's battle, everyone could no longer ignore the unfamiliar existence that was Chu Hen. They couldn't help but look forward to what would happen in the final round of the Heavenly Talisman battle. Right, what's that person's name? Name? I think I heard someone shouting something today. Chu Hen or something like that. Chu Hen? I've never heard of it before. The people from Whale Island City shook their heads, but the people from Dongli City felt that this name was somewhat familiar. Chu Hen, where have I heard this name before? Late at night, all was silent. The citizens of Whale Island City, who had been in high spirits during the day, were now deep in dreamland. A bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling its silver light on the ground like white frost. In the pavilion in the guest courtyard, a beautiful woman in an evening dress was sitting on a stone chair at the edge of the pavilion. The moonlight shone on her elegant and refined face, making her look like a night elf who had fallen into the mortal world. "Haven't you rested yet?" At this moment, a low but gentle voice came from behind. The woman turned around and looked back, a hint of astonishment in her beautiful phoenix eyes. "Aren't you the same?" Long Xuan replied. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the figure walking over. He was young and handsome, with a heroic spirit between his brows. Chu Hen smiled. Is there something on your mind? Long Xuan Xuang shook her head. Thinking about Big Brother and Uncle Jean? Long Jean! It was like a name that couldn't be touched in her heart. Long Xuan Xuang raised her red lips and asked, Why don't you know that I'm worried about you? Worried about me? Chu Hen was stunned at first, but then he shook his head with a smile. Because you understand me. Then do you understand me? Of course. Chu Hen replied. Then tell me, what kind of person am I? Long Xuan Xuang was unrelenting. About that, Chu Hen pondered for a while and said, You're an ordinary woman in my eyes, but you're as beautiful as a goddess in the eyes of other men. After Chu Hen finished speaking, the two looked at each other and smiled. Are you confident about tomorrow's match? Long Xuan Xuang's red lips moved. I guess. Chu Hen sat down casually. His eyes were calm, as if tomorrow's match wasn't that important to him. I never thought that one day I would leave the East Continent. Long Xuan Xuang looked up at the bright moon in the sky and muttered to herself. Chu Hen was stunned. He turned to look at her beautiful and delicate side profile. But Long Xuan Xuang's voice was as gentle as a breeze. I know you'll leave. There was an inexplicable silence. The atmosphere was so quiet that Chu Hen didn't even know how to break it. The two sat in silence for a long time, but they didn't feel awkward. Unknowingly, a night flew by. When the first rays of dawn appeared on the horizon, it meant that the day that everyone was waiting for was about to arrive. The first rays of the morning sun penetrated through the clouds and sprinkled over the rich waters of Whale Island City. The buildings glistened like ancient cities, exuding a unique charm. It's daybreak. Chu Hen got up and let out a long sigh. Long Xuan Xuang also stood up from the bench. Go and make some simple preparations. Chu Hen nodded. Don't worry. We'll be able to leave very soon. Following the melodious and impassioned sound of the morning horn, the entire Whale Island City began to move. White clouds floated in the azure sky. The cool sea breeze brushed against one's cheeks like a thin veil. The weather was just nice. Jade Conch Island. This was a medium-sized island to the north of Whale Island City. Its area wasn't much different from Sacred Flood Dragon Island, but the island's shape was more rounded, as the name suggested. It was a little similar to a giant conch, because the previous 2 rounds of the competition had caused a lot of damage to Sacred Flood Dragon Island. As the organizer, Whale Island City, naturally planned to hold the championship match here morning. Jade Conch Island was already packed with people, bustling with noise and excitement. The spectator stands around a vast plaza were shockingly packed to the brim. More than 60 high platforms have been set up in the plaza. Each platform was rectangular in shape, about 20 meters in length and width and 1 meter in height, shorter than the spectator stands outside the arena. There was a distance of about 3 meters between the platforms. And on the edges of the platforms, there was a series of complicated runes and secret scrolls. Faint halos flickered, and shallow energy fluctuations reverberated in the arena. It was very clear that these 60 platforms would become an indispensable venue for today's finals. Qi Juexin victory. Su Lingzhu, champion. Meng Yan, we're rooting for you. Li Chong, you can do it. The entire Jade Conch Island was already in an uproar before the competition had even begun, especially when Qi Juexin, Su Lingzhu, and the other contestants appeared. The atmosphere was even more explosive. The group of outstanding geniuses from Yi City, Giant Crocodile Bay, and other places all had strong momentum. Why isn't anyone cheering for our province's third lord? Xiao Xiaowan asked intentionally or unintentionally. I just shouted a few times, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Mu Feng replied. That's enough. Big brother Chu Hen doesn't want to be too ostentatious. Yi Yao pursed her lips. Today is really a gathering of geniuses. There won't be anyone holding back anymore. Zhang Shu looked enviously at the eager contestants in front of him. Of course, other than Zheng Shu, there were also many contestants who stopped in the second round sitting in the audience seats, unwillingly. For example, the genius Song Xiao of Zhongyuan Castle. He didn't wear a bamboo hat today, but he was still silent. He sat in a secluded corner, and from time to time he attracted the attention of the people around him. In the audience seats next to the host, there was a cold and gloomy person sitting. His left shoulder was wrapped in a thick bandage, and his face was pale. A pair of resentful eyes stared through the crowd at Chu Hen, who was diagonally opposite him. This kind of gaze was full of hatred and anger. This person was none other than Lu Yan. No one dared to talk to him, and no one dared to ask about his condition. The only thing they could feel was the strong hatred emanating from his body. However, Chu Hen didn't care about it and directly ignored it. Other than Lu Yan, in the audience seats of the Shen family, Shen, whose gaze was also filled with ruthlessness. Without a doubt, these two people hated Chu Hen to the core. An indifferent laugh, rang out beside Lu Yan. Following that, a hand was placed on Lu Yan's shoulder. Qi Juexin sat down beside Lu Yan and said in a frivolous and mocking tone, "How do you want him to die?" Lu Yan's gaze turned fierce. He clenched his remaining right hand into a fist, and his knuckles made cracking sounds. His eyes glowed red as he looked back at Qi Juexin's playful face. He said word by word, "Even if I cut him into 1,000 pieces, it won't be enough to vent the hatred in my heart. Ha!" Qi Juexin smiled and said, "All right, after the heavenly talisman battle, I will hand him over to you. You can do whatever you want with him. Confident, chic." In Qi Juexin's eyes, Chu Hen and the others were like fish on the chopping board. He could kill them whenever he wanted. That Qi Juexin is full of confidence. On the Zhongyuan Castle team's side, Zhu Yuehan touched his nose and then said to Su Lingzu, "But I have more confidence in you." Su Lingzu didn't speak and subconsciously turned her gaze to where Chu Hen was. She didn't know why, but she felt that after today, something unusual would happen. Bang! Bang! The loud and impassioned gun salute reverberated across the sky of the Jade Spiral Island in all directions, and the sky was filled with a colorful rain of petals. Just like yesterday, in an extremely grand atmosphere, Castellan Qiming and the 4 patriarchs appeared in front of everyone. Hua! A brand new red carpet stretched across the entire square, directly reaching the host's grandstand. Compared to yesterday, there were actually 4 seats beside where Qiming and the others were sitting. Everyone stood up to welcome them. Qiming, the 4 patriarchs, and a few other figures with extraordinary bearing stepped onto the carpet and walked towards the grandstand. Who are those people? The audience was astonished, and their eyes swept across the people beside Qiming. Gongsun Shao, that's right, it's the Eastern Continent's senior Gongsun Shao. Amazing! I didn't expect even him to come. He's a peak level 9 Heavenly Inscription Master, and it's said that he's already half a step into the Grandmaster realm. Many forces can't even invite him, but he actually came to Whale Island City this time. Wait, don't tell me that Gongsun Shao is going to be the judge of the deciding round. Chapter 1012. Gongsun Shao. He was a peak 9th level Heavenly Inscription Master from the Eastern Continent. It was said that he was already half a step into the realm of Grandmaster Inscription Masters. Under the attention of tens of thousands of people, in the grand ceremony, the attention of the entire Jade Spiral Island's audience fell on a middle-aged man standing beside Qi Tong. This middle-aged man looked to be about 47 or 48 years old. His luxurious robe was embroidered with precious gold threads, and he exuded a noble aura. It's actually Senior Gongsun Shao. Amazing, even he came. It's not strange. There's a rumor that Gongsun Shao and the city lord are close friends. I see. Could it be that Gongsun Shao will be the judge of the Heavenly Talisman battle? It's very likely. Boom! Hua! The cheers of the audience were like rolling thunder. Firecrackers exploded in the sky, sprinkling a colorful rain of flowers. Apart from Gongsun Shao, there were two other middle-aged men with extraordinary auras. Soon, someone in the audience revealed their identities. Is that Yang Yuan, Elder Yang? If it's not him, who else could it be? You can tell from the black clothes he's wearing. What about the one beside Elder Yang Yuan? Qi Yin? Grandmaster Qi? That's right. It's the famous Grandmaster Qi Yin in the field of equipment refining. They're all extraordinary people. Gongsun Xiao, Yang Yuan, and Qi Yin were all highly respected people with extraordinary positions in the Eastern continent. The arrival of the three of them once again raised the already fiery atmosphere to an unprecedented height. Why is this old man here? Shifengzi muttered in a low voice. The speaker had no intention, but the listener had a different idea. Chu Hen was slightly surprised and asked, Senior, do you know them? A few years ago, when I was traveling around the Eastern continent, I met that old man named Gongsun. At that time, they had a dispute over a material, Shifengzi explained casually. They couldn't help but feel surprised. The world was truly a small place to be able to encounter such a thing. Then, old man, are you going to hide first? That person looks powerful, Qiao Shaowan said half-jokingly. Shifengzi, on the other hand, did not think much of it. He said lazily, It's been 4 to 5 years. The other party has probably forgotten about it. Looks like the saying, noblemen have short memories is true. But you still remember it now, so you're definitely not a nobleman. You're so troublesome. Shifengzi curled his lips in disdain. He then narrowed his eyes and pretended to close them to rest, ignoring the other party. Chu Hen, Hani Chuan, Long Xuan Xuan, and the others could not help but shake their heads and laugh. They didn't realize that Qiao Shaowan was a chatterbox. She would always find something to talk about and attack others whenever she had the chance. Under the grand reception, City Governor Qi Ming, the 4 patriarchs, Gongsun Xiao, Yang Yuan, Qi Yin, and the judges of the first 2 elimination rounds, such as Shui Zhen, ascended the stand that was specially set up for the host and the distinguished guests. The red carpet was quickly pulled out. On the huge square, more than 60 rectangular stands were arranged neatly. It looked like a separate arena. Everyone. Shui Zhen waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Countless pairs of expectant eyes looked at the same place. Shui Yuan nodded his head in satisfaction. He laughed loudly and said, I believe that there is no need for me to explain. Everyone knows what day it is today. Before the finals of the Heavenly Talisman battle begin, let me first introduce the 3 distinguished guests who have come from afar. I believe that many friends already know their identities. Shui Zhen was like a manager at an auction. He was eloquent. He pointed to the people beside him and raised his voice by 2 levels. Gongsun Xiao, Grandmaster Gongsun. Boom! The excited atmosphere exploded on the square. Gongsun Xiao smiled and gave a simple gesture. The pride in his eyes could not be concealed. As for the title of Grandmaster, only those who had reached the Grandmaster level could have the qualification. However, with Gongsun Xiao's reputation, he was only a step away from becoming a Grandmaster. It could be said that it was only a matter of time before he became a heavenly inscription master. Therefore, it was reasonable for Shui Yuan to call him a Grandmaster. Shui Zhen continued to introduce. This is the 2nd elder of the Eastern Yang clan, Elder Yang Yuan. This is the master blacksmith with a high status in the field of blacksmithing, Master Qi Yin. The audience below the stage was quite enthusiastic, and each of them was extremely excited. Today's finals will be decided by these 3 distinguished guests and me. A total of 4 people will be the judges. As for the details of the judging, we will talk about it later. For judges, everyone was shocked and surprised. Such a situation had never happened in the past Heavenly Talisman battles. It could be seen that the city governor's mansion attached great importance to this year. Everyone, please take your seats, Shui Zhen said respectfully. Gongsun Xiao nodded and turned to Qi Ming and the others. City governor, please. Haha, Brother Gongsun is too polite. Please. Qi Ming also responded politely. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, everyone took their seats. The unique spectator's stand gave people the feeling that it was as majestic as the throne room. Subsequently, a few servants of the city governor's mansion carried out a long table that was 7 to 8 meters long and 5 to 6 meters wide. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by it. The long table was placed on the left side of the host stand. There were 3 items placed on the long table. Looking at the 3 items, everyone's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. The item on the far left was a tripod. It had 3 legs and was rather ancient. Its entire body was suffused with greenish-brown light patterns, and the pattern of a blazing sun was depicted on the body of the tripod. The yang furnace is a treasure ranked 8th on the Saint Weapon ranking. Shui Zhen introduced. Nebula chain. Shui Zhen pointed at the item on the far right again. It was a metal chain that was coiled together. The metal chain was as black as ink and was about the width of an arm. Traces of silver light flickered on the metal chain and emitted a chilling aura. The treasure ranked 9th on the Saint Weapon ranking. A wave of exclamations sounded in the crowd. However, most of the people's expectant gazes were on the item in the middle. It was a closed scroll. To be more precise, it was a storage scroll, similar to storage rings and storage bracelets. These storage scrolls were also supplementary items created with runes inscriptions. The difference was that storage scrolls were used to store items that were larger in size. I believe everyone has guessed it. That's right, this is the main prize, a flowing cloud, golden boat. Shui Zhen's voice subconsciously became louder. Whoosh! Cries of surprise spread out in all directions like waves. It really was a flowing cloud golden boat. All the rumors from before were instantly confirmed. How extravagant! It said that this flowing cloud golden boat cost the city governor's mansion 3 years of income. How generous! We must be generous this time. After all, our city governor is now an ancient, eternal stage powerhouse. Just based on this, the reward this year must be generous. Hearing the praises from the crowd, Qi Tong's face was flushed red and his aura was high. Gong Sun Xiao immediately cupped his fists and said with a smile, Brother Qi has stepped into the ancient, eternal stage. The heavens are truly blessing Whale Island City for thousands of generations. Brother Qi will rule the 4 seas, ha ha ha. Brother Gong Sun is right. Yang Yuan and Qi Yin also echoed. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Qi Ming hurriedly waved his hands, but his eyes were shining brightly. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the crowd also became lively. The citizens of Whale Island City all stood up, raised their arms and cheered. Lord City Governor, eternal and immortal, rules the 4 seas. Their loud voices resounded through the heavens and earth. At this moment, Qi Ming was like a high and mighty king, worthy of respect and admiration. Sitting beside Lu Yan, Qi Juexin was in high spirits and had a proud expression on his face. This was also what he wanted to see. As the son of a king, he also enjoyed a supreme status and authority. The corner of Qi Juexin's mouth curled up in a playful smile. He glanced at Chu Hen from the corner of his eyes. It was like disdain, like mockery. Meanwhile, Chu Hen's attention was on the storage scroll at the center of the long table. As long as he obtained the flowing cloud golden boat, he would be able to travel through the various seas at will. The competition was about to begin. Chapter 1013. Lord City Lord, eternal and immortal, master of the 4 seas, the fervent and impassioned voices practically caused the entire Jade Spiral Island to boil over. To the citizens of Whale Island City, Qi Ming was a high and mighty king that no one could shake. Shui Zhen shook his head and smiled helplessly. It was already so difficult for him to explain the rules of the competition. But no matter what, he was still proud of himself. The cheers lasted for a good while, before finally calming down. Hee hee, I almost forgot about the proper business. Shui. Jen revealed a faint smile as he turned around and nodded respectfully at Qiming. He pointed to the long table once more and said, "The prizes for the top 3 in the Heavenly Talisman battle are respectively a Yang Cauldron, a Nebula Chain, and a Flowing Cloud Golden Boat. Of course, the prizes aren't fixed. The first place can choose any one of them, and the second place can also choose any one of them. What's left is the prize for the third place." This mode of choosing one's own prize was mainly determined by the needs of the winning contestant. For example, some pattern artists who were proficient in the field of alchemy would most likely take a liking to the Yang Cauldron. Some were proficient in setting up formations, and the Nebula Chain was a suitable choice. However, most people still wanted the Flowing Cloud Golden Boat. Apart from the top 3, we will also give out the corresponding prizes for the 4th to 7th place. And they are also very generous, Shui Jen encouraged the enthusiasm of the crowd. Soon after, he waved his hand and pointed to the plaza in front of him. Then, all the contestants who have advanced to the next round, please ascend the high platform in the middle of the plaza. You can choose any position you want. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the pattern artists who had long since become impatient flashed down from the spectator stands and leapt towards the high platform in the plaza. Su Lingzhu, champion. Qi Juexin, the strongest. Li Chong, do your best. Meng Yan, win for sure. The enthusiasm of the audience was at its peak. They waved their arms and cheered for the contestants they thought highly of. One by one, high-spirited young figures quickly ascended the high platform in the arena. As for those who were eliminated in the first 2 rounds, they could only watch unwillingly. Among them were Song Xiao, Shui Feng, and Xin Hu. Wow, it's finally starting. Qi Juexin smiled faintly. His expression was somewhat lazy as he patted Lu Yan's shoulder. Haha, you should rest well first. Lu Yan's eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice, "Don't forget what you said." "Don't worry. As long as I'm in Whale Island City, there's nothing that Qi Juexin can't do." Qi Juexin leaned over to look at Lu Yan's severed left arm. There was no sympathy in his smile, only ridicule. "I guarantee that your arm won't be sacrificed in vain." With that, Qi Juexin's figure moved, and he dashed towards the plaza. Hearing Qi Juexin's playful tone, Lu Yan's eyes flickered with malevolence. He wasn't worried about Qi Juexin because ever since he was young, Qi Juexin liked to leave his prey for last. Giving hope time and time again would ultimately make the other party despair. Even though he had lost Xin Hu's street tree and Lu Yan's own arm this time, it didn't affect his approval of Qi Juexin in the slightest. After all, this was Whale Island City. "Lingzhu, it's time to see your performance," Zhuo Yuehan said with a gentle smile on the Zhongyuan castle team's side. Su Lingzhu nodded and didn't say anything else. She stepped into the plaza and stopped at the nearest empty high platform. Seeing that the number of platforms was decreasing, Chu Hen didn't have any intention of dragging his feet. He immediately got up and prepared to leave. "Big brother Chu Hen, you can do it." Yi Yao smiled sweetly. "Brother Chu Hen, I have high hopes for you." Zhang Shu also clenched his fists in approval. "Be careful." Long Xuanchuang's gaze was deep. Chu Hen nodded slightly and walked down from the spectator stands. "It's that youngster who defeated Lu Yan." As soon as he reached the plaza, Chu Hen attracted a lot of attention. The faces of the Lu family and Shen family patriarchs on the host stand immediately turned cold, anger surging in their eyes. It was precisely this despicable bastard who had caused their 2 families to lose all face this year. Very soon, the contestants who had advanced to the next round stood on the platforms. There were a total of 64 high platforms, 8 horizontally and vertically. Each platform was 20 meters in length and width, 1 meter in height, and 3 meters between each platform. The place was still very spacious, and there was enough space to display one's skills. However, not all 64 high platforms were occupied. In yesterday's second round of rune techniques, There were a few situations where both sides were injured, causing some winners to be unable to participate due to their heavy injuries. The moment Chu Hen stepped onto the high platform, the Reiki energy in his Naiwan palace clearly became much more active. This feeling wasn't the same as the suppression he felt in the boundary wall yesterday. It was the exact opposite, an indescribably smooth and relaxed feeling. Chu Hen's position was relatively at the back, and there were some unfamiliar young faces beside him. The few people around him secretly observed Chu Hen with a trace of vigilance and gloominess in their eyes. The most popular positions were Qi, Juexin, and Su Lingzhu. One of them was at the front, while the other was at the left. Both of them were relatively close to the host's stand. After all the contestants were ready, Shui Zhen's deep and powerful voice once again resounded. Next, I'll explain the rules of the competition in detail. Everyone, please listen carefully. Everyone's hearts trembled, and the atmosphere outside the arena was especially quiet. In this decisive battle, what you need to do is to complete one of your works in front of everyone, a talisman array, a pill, or a weapon, as long as it's related to runes. Set up a talisman array, refine a pill, or forge a weapon. This was the final theme of the Heavenly Talisman battle. Similarly, this was the central aim of any rune master. Is there a time limit? A contestant asked. Yes. Shui Zhen answered without hesitation. Just as he finished speaking, 2 servants carried a long table and placed it below the grandstand. There was an incense burner on the long table, and an incense stick that was nearly 2 meters long was erected in the incense burner. This incense stick was about 2 fingers wide, and it looked like a bamboo pole. This incense stick can burn for 24 hours. Shui Zhen said, "Wow." As soon as he said this, there was a commotion below the arena. 24 hours. That was 24 hours, which was exactly a day's time. Many rune masters frowned and expressed their doubts. It's only a day's time. How can you refine a pill? That's right. If you're forging a weapon, it'll take even longer. Even a high-level heaven-level talisman array will take more than 10 days to complete. Looking at the people who were discussing in low voices below the arena, Shui Zhen had a disdainful look on his face. He then said, "I wonder how many people have noticed the uniqueness of the high platform under your feet." Uniqueness? Everyone was stunned. Shui Zhen explained, "The high platforms under your feet are all enchanted with powerful direction talisman arrays. These talisman arrays can increase the Reiki energy circulation speed in your body by 5 to 30 times. 5 to 30 times the Reiki energy circulation speed?" Everyone in the room revealed a look of surprise. This means that in a short day you can use it for a month at most. Everyone was even more amazed. Chu Hen was also shocked. Previously, he had guessed that these high platforms had auxiliary functions, but he didn't expect that they could increase the Reiki energy circulation speed by 30 times. Of course, it wasn't hard to guess that the time and the Reiki energy consumption were directly proportional. The faster the Reiki energy circulation, the faster it would be consumed with 30 times the Reiki energy circulation. It would probably only take a few hours before it was completely exhausted. Although it seemed like there was plenty of time, it was actually a huge test of endurance. It seemed like a simple game, but it was actually very difficult. Chapter 10:14. The high platforms beneath you are all enchanted with powerful directing glyph arrays. The effect of these glyph arrays is to allow the circulation speed of the spirit energy in your body to reach 5 to 30 times faster than normal. In other words, in a short day, you can at most use it for a month. After listening to Shui Zhen's explanation, the audience suddenly understood. If that was the case, there was not much of a problem in terms of time. The main worry was that the consumption of Reiki energy would not be able to keep up with the supply of the street tree. It would be a great test of endurance, and your completed works will be the chips that determine your ranking. Shui Zhen said with a solemn expression, pointing to the VIP seats not far away from him, Grandmaster Gongsun, Elder Yang Yuan, Master Qi Yin, and the 4 of us will grade your works. The highest score will be 10, and the lowest score will be 1. Those who fail to complete their works will have no score. The highest score will be 10, and the lowest score will be 1. Losers will have no ranking. Everyone's hearts trembled slightly. It was not difficult to discern that there would definitely be losers in this final round who would not even have any results. The expressions of the majority of the competitors were especially serious. However, Qi Juexin had a lazy appearance from the beginning to the end. His arrogant attitude made it seem like he was filled with confidence. Su Lingzhu also had a calm expression. Her clear eyes were like the water in an ancient well, and there was not much fluctuation in her emotions. Does anyone have any questions? Shui Zhen's sharp eyes swept across the contestants on the high platforms in front of him. No one responded. Their eyes were filled with passion and eagerness. Although this last round was the most difficult round, in this round, everyone could choose the field that they were best at. This was a disadvantage, but also an advantage. Since there are no more questions, then this elder shall announce. Shui Yuan's voice suddenly rose. His loud and clear voice reverberated in all directions like a tidal wave. The decisive match of the Heavenly Talisman battle will now begin. Immediately, buzz! Everyone in the audience became alert. Along with Shui Zhen's voice, he raised his hand and pointed. A beam of light flew out and accurately hit the tip of the 2-meter-long incense stick below the stands. The incense was instantly ignited, and a wisp of faint green smoke swayed with it. Time, start! As soon as he finished speaking, the contestants on the square immediately took out various items and materials without saying anything. Bright and dazzling crystals, expensive metals, and all kinds of rare and precious herbs. Common and rare, all kinds of materials were piled up on the high platforms. Look at the young city lord! Young city lord, are you going to refine a weapon? It's very obvious that the young city lord is extremely proficient in the various fields of runes, especially in the field of weaponsmithing. He will definitely be the champion of the Heavenly Talisman battle. As soon as the competition began, most people's gazes fell on Qi Juexin, Su Lingzhu, and a few other popular geniuses. They saw Qi Juexin sitting at the center of the high platform, taking out a series of expensive rare metals in an orderly manner. On the other hand, Su Lingzhu flipped her jade-like hand. Buzz! There was a slight hum in the air, and a circle of slight air waves spread out from the surface of the platform. A 3-legged bronze cauldron landed gently in front of her. The eyes of the audience below the square lit up. As expected, what Su Lingzhu was refining was the elixir that she was most proficient in. Looking from afar, the bronze cauldron's width and length were more than a meter, and on it was carved a pictogram that looked like dancing dragons and phoenixes. It gave people a feeling that it had been passed down through the ages. It was obvious that this bronze cauldron was not an ordinary item. Su Lingzhu's state could be said to be as calm as still water. She gently took out stalks of flowers and medicinal herbs, as well as a few exquisitely crafted bottles, just when everyone was carefully preparing for the competition. There was an unconventional figure on a high platform at the back of the square. What's going on? Why hasn't Big Brother Chu Hen made a move yet? Yi Yao, who was in the audience, asked in confusion. The others also shook their heads in confusion. They saw Chu Hen standing on the high platform, not moving at all. His gaze was fixed on the ground in front of him, as though he was thinking about something. Quite a few of the spectators outside the arena also noticed Chu Hen's side. Why is that fellow just standing there like a fool? Who knows? I guess he doesn't know where to start. Humph! A person who relied on a little trick to enter the finals can only be helpless in the face of a real test. This round will depend on one's ability 100%. A mere earthly inscription master, other than being at the bottom, there's really no place that's suitable for him. You're absolutely right. It's really a pity for Lu Yan. If he wasn't so careless, the current situation would definitely be more exciting. Looking at the motionless Chu Hen, many of Liu Yan's supporters below the square began to make sarcastic remarks. At the same time, Qi Juexin had already begun. Buzz, buzz, vigorous, Reiki energy gushed out from Qi Juexin's Naiwen Palace like a spirit spring. With a flick of his fingers, dozens of gorgeous runes merged into the air in front of him. In the next instant, along with an extremely hot air wave, a dark blue flame suddenly appeared on the high platform out of nowhere. The piercingly cold flame was like a deep-sea devil flame, and the eyes of the audience below the square lit up. Young Castellan has begun. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Qi Juexin waved his hand, and the dozens of metal materials placed in front of him were directly thrown into the flame. The metal materials that fell into the flame were quickly roasted red, and their surface began to melt at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. What a fast speed! The audience, outside the square, all showed a look of astonishment. At the same time, the runes carved on the high platform under Qi Juexin also glowed with a dazzling light. This speed is at least 20 times faster, someone in the crowd exclaimed. As expected of the young Castellan, it's just the beginning, and he's already operating the Reiki energy so fast. Looking at the strong demeanor displayed by Qi Juexin, the other contestants in the square could not help but show a bit of solemnity. His first move was 20 times faster, and it really made people feel pressured. Su Lingzhu has also started. Everyone's attention immediately shifted. They saw that the mouth of the bronze cauldron in front of Su Lingzhu was half open, and a vigorous golden flame enveloped it. Su Lingzhu threw the medicinal herbs in her hands into the cauldron in an orderly manner, and the powerful Reiki energy continuously transformed into various mysterious and complex runes that flowed into it. It's also almost 20 times faster, someone in the audience exclaimed. Everyone secretly shook their heads in admiration. The light of the runes on the high platform under Su Lingzhu was not inferior to that of Qi Juexin. In an instant, the two of them were like two stars in the night, competing with each other for brilliance, incomparably dazzling. Qi Juexin glanced sideways at Su Lingzhu's position, and a faint playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon, a strong wave of power erupted from the other high platforms, one after another. Flames rose one after another, and strings of runes flashed one after another. For a moment, the entire square of Jade Spiral Island was illuminated by a myriad of colors. Sacred flames rose like divine rainbows, and stars competed with each other for glory. However, apart from Qi Juexin and Su Lingzhu, no one else dared to reach 20 times faster Reiki energy. Even the genius of the Meng family, Meng Yan, and the genius of Yi City, Li Chong, could only reach about 15 times faster at most, and it was still a gradual increase. All the contestants began to work, except for one person. That person was Chu Hen. What's going on? He hasn't started yet? What a damn waste of time. Someone in the audience quickly expressed his dissatisfaction. Give up. Don't embarrass yourself. Disqualify him, or replace him with someone else. Replace him with Shui Feng or Song Xiu. That's right, replace him with Shui Feng. *CK, you guys are so shameless. Seeing that Chu Hen was being humiliated, Mu Feng, who had a short temper, suddenly jumped up. He put his hands on his waist, facing the audience, and scolded them directly. He entered the finals with his own ability. Even if he lies down and sleeps, it's none of your business. What are you guys babbling for? Han, Ichuan, Haozi, Zheng Shu, and the rest could not help but give Mu Feng a thumbs up. They secretly admired Mu Feng's courage to argue with the scholars. Silence! Shui Zhen frowned and immediately stopped the crowd. The finals are in progress. Don't disturb the order of the competition. Don't be presumptuous in front of the governor. Hearing the two words governor, the crowd immediately quieted down. However, seeing that Qi Ming was still calm and did not show any anger, The crowd was slightly relieved. Subsequently, Shui Zhen looked at Chu Hen, who did not do anything, and said in a deep voice, "If you don't start, I'll disqualify you." Yi Yao, Long Xuan and Mu Feng were shocked, and they could not help but clench their fists. However, the moment Shui Zhen's words left his mouth, Chu Hen's eyelids suddenly opened, and a trace of determination flashed in his deep eyes. Then he sat down and waved his hand. A white light flashed, and over 100 kinds of metal materials were immediately spread on the ground. Just as I expected. Outside the arena, Shifeng Zi looked up slightly and nodded solemnly. Looking at the materials Chu Hen took out, he already understood what was going on. His lips moved slightly, and he murmured in a deep voice. Chapter 10:15. On the square of Jade Spiral Island, the finals of the Heavenly Talisman battle had quietly begun. More than 60 high platforms were filled with all kinds of raging flames and runes. They were dazzling, competing with each other for glory. The spectacular scene was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. Qi Juexin and Su Lingzhu, the two dazzling geniuses, were circulating the Reiki energy in their bodies at a speed that was 20 times faster than normal. As for the other geniuses, they could only reach a speed that was 15 times faster than normal at most. The gap between them was still somewhat obvious. Just when the audience was extremely dissatisfied with Chu Hen's inaction, one of the judges, Shui Zhen, who was in charge of the competition, issued a warning to Chu Hen, whoosh! As soon as Shui Zhen's voice fell, Chu Hen's eyelids suddenly opened, and a resolute and bright light shone from his eyes. Subsequently, more than 100 kinds of precious metals and rare crystal stones were spread on the platform. Buzz, vigorous Reiki energy was released from Chu Hen's Naiwan Palace. He flicked his 10 fingers, and a series of glittering runes flew around. Along with a scorching wave of air, the runes instantly fused together and formed a scarlet rune flame. Without saying anything, Chu Hen threw a few pieces of metal into the scarlet flame. The scorching temperature turned the metal into a red soldering iron, and under the astonished gazes of the audience, the red metal pieces melted at a slow speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Everyone in the spectator stands was shocked. What surprised them was that the runes on the high platform under Chu Hen were emitting a light that was not inferior to Qi Juexin's and Su Lingzhu's. 20 times. It's also 20 times faster than normal? This guy? Well, everyone was stunned. Many of them revealed looks of deep contempt. Ha! What a daring fellow. Even so many heavenly rune masters don't dare to mess around with 20 times the speed of Reiki energy. But he, an earthly rune master, actually dared to soar so fast. Isn't he courting death? Indeed, it's quite stupid. The Reiki energy possessed by an earth pattern master is less than 1/10 of that of a heavenly pattern master. At most, he wouldn't be able to hold on for 5 minutes. 20 times the normal speed. After Qi Juexin and Su Lingzhu, Chu Hen appeared out of nowhere. However, in almost everyone's opinion, Chu Hen's method could not even be considered as a flash in the pan. It was completely an act of courting death. The time for half a cup of tea passed in the blink of an eye. However, the aura on Chu Hen's body actually didn't show the slightest sign of weakening, and it was steady like a 1,000-year-old embankment that didn't waver in the slightest. Many people in the audience couldn't help but narrow their eyes. It was indeed 20 times the normal speed. Based on the intensity of Chu Hen's, Earth Pattern Master's Reiki energy, it shouldn't be possible. Following that, another 10 minutes passed, but the scene that everyone anticipated still didn't appear. They only saw spirit, butterfly-like runes floating around Chu Hen's body, and the temperature of the flame in front of him was still so hot that it caused the space to faintly distort in the flame. Several pieces of metal had already melted into a state of liquid. One by one, foam-like light balls condensed by Reiki energy enveloped the melted metal liquid, and continued to use the high-temperature flame to remove the impurities inside. Everything seemed to be going step by step, methodically. Piece after piece of metal was thrown into the flame in an orderly manner. Not bad. His control of the rhythm isn't any worse than that of Qi Juexin and Su Lingzhu. Humph, it's just the beginning. It's still early. I don't believe that he won't collapse. It's only a matter of time. It had to be said that Chu Hen's performance had already attracted everyone's attention. This included City, Lord Qi Tong, the 4 family heads, as well as the judges and judges on the spectator stand. Although this person is only an earth pattern master, the intensity of his Reiki energy is much stronger than some heavenly pattern masters. The Eastern Yang family's elder, Yang Yuan, narrowed his eyes slightly as he spoke. Next to him, Master Craftsman Qi Yin also nodded. Indeed, if I'm not wrong, his street tree is different from ordinary people. I wonder if Mr. Gongsun can see some clues? Qi Yin looked at Gongsun Shao with a questioning gaze. The latter's gaze was solemn as he sat sideways with his elbows on the armrests of his chair and his fingers supporting his chin. He stared at the young figure at the back of the square as if he was examining him. After a short period of silence, Gongsun Shao clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, "I'm not very sure." "Oh!" The eyes of the people on the platform lit up. It looked like Gongsun Shao already had an answer in his heart. Look at his Reiki energy. It's slightly transparent and has a trace of crystal luster. According to Gongsun Shao, the few people swept their gazes over. As expected, the color of Chu Hen's Reiki energy was slightly lighter. As for the other participants, including Qi Juexin and Su Lingzhu, their Reiki energy was golden like the spirit spring. Comparatively speaking, it seemed like Chu Hen's was more spiritual. "Why is it like this?" Yang Yuan asked in a low voice. Gongsun Shao raised his head slightly and replied with the same deep and complicated gaze. "It's very possible that it's because of the Celestial Talisman Spirit Tree." "What? Celestial Talisman Spirit Tree?" The two's hearts jolted as they subconsciously clenched their fists. Even though Gongsun Zhao's voice was very soft and the atmosphere in the arena was rather noisy, the nearby city Lord Qi Ming and the 4 family heads could still clearly hear these 4 words as a city with many rune masters. It was impossible for Whale Island City to not know what the Celestial Talisman Spirit Tree was. The 4 family heads could not help but look at each other with shock on their faces. A cold glint flashed in City Lord Qi Ming's eyes. Soon after, he did not show much emotion as he continued to observe the changes in the arena. As time passed, the mood of the audience constantly changed along with the progress of the participants. The majority's attention swept back and forth between Qi Juexin, Su Lingzhu, and Chu Hen's positions. What was different from the previous 2 was that everyone seemed to be more concerned about which point Chu Hen would collapse at. After them were Li Chong, Meng Yan, and the other geniuses with some fame. Buzz, buzz. At this very moment, all the metal materials in front of Qi Juexin had been thrown into the ocean blue flame in front of him. Lumps of liquid sparkled with crystalline light as they radiated multicolored halos. Every lump of spirit liquid was wrapped in a thin layer of light. Sparks constantly pulsed within, a sign that impurities were being removed. What remained in the end was the essence of the metal materials. This process was originally rather long. Smelting all the materials would take a few days, or even longer. However, with the assistance of the guidance talisman arrays on the high platform, Qi Juexin used less than 4 hours to melt all the metal materials into liquid. In another location, Su Lingzhu's clear eyes were like water as she calmly watched the cauldron in front of her. The cauldron enveloped in golden flames was like a ball of sacred fire. Compared to Qi Juexin's speed, Su Lingzhu was similarly not to be outdone. The hundreds of flowers and herbs in front of her had already been thrown into the cauldron. Compared to refining weapons, refining pills needed to be even more careful. After all, the resistance of metal materials to high temperatures was very strong. No matter how fierce the flames were, it was impossible to completely destroy a piece of metal. Flowers and herbs were different. If the temperature was too high, they would instantly be burnt to ashes. For this, very precise control was needed to extract the essence of the various herbs and then fuse them. Because the cauldron was sealed off from all sides, everyone was unable to see Su Lingzu's current progress, but no one would doubt her ability. Among the 60 or so genius inscriptionists who had entered the finals, apart from refining weapons and refining pills, there were also those who were arranging talisman arrays. Although the length and width of the high platform was only 20 to 30 meters, it did not affect the arrangement of the talisman arrays. After all, this was only a major event and not a battle. The range of the talisman arrays could be controlled. The difficulty of a high-level talisman array was not any less than refining weapons and refining pills. The source of power to activate the talisman array was the key. Many talisman arrays often required hundreds of millions of high-grade elemental crystal stones as a supply, or placed a high-grade treasure at the heart of the array to provide power and support. Other than that, the number of runes needed for the talisman array was also very high, especially those large-scale and high-intensity killing arrays. It even required 2 or more than 2 inscriptionists to jointly arrange them. A gathering of heroes competing for glory. The battle of heavenly talismans was in full swing. Brother Chu Hen has smelted all the metal equipment. Yi Yao, who was at the spectator seats, shouted in surprise. The others beside her also nodded in agreement. Zhang Shu shook his head and exclaimed, "Brother Chu Hen is amazing. The operation speed of 20 times is so stable, I really can't see through him anymore." "If you can see through him, then you'll be amazing." Qiao Shaowan curled her lips and said. Zhang Shu smiled embarrassedly and continued, "If he continues to maintain this state, then he has a chance to compete with the other two." As he spoke, exclamations suddenly rang out from outside the arena. "Young City Lord, he's starting to solidify." "What? So fast?" Everyone was shocked, and their gazes simultaneously swept towards where Qi Juexin was. As the name implied, the so-called solid form was to fuse all the melted metals together to forge the outline of the weapon, and then use the energy of the runes to compress and polish it, causing it to achieve the desired state. In the end, it would be inscribed with a tool marking to strengthen a series of powers. Along with the slight movement of the air, all the thin film that enveloped the liquid metal spirit liquid collapsed, and balls of liquid metal that seemed to be the essence of a divine rainbow gathered together under Qi Juexin's control. The colorful halos were like precious treasures. Qi Juexin flicked his fingertips, and numerous runes flew up and converged towards the ball of liquid metal. The liquid metal slowly wriggled, and as it fused with each other, it constantly expanded and contracted. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the ball of light became sharp, and then the outline of a long sword quietly appeared in front of everyone. "It's a sword." There was a low and deep uproar in the arena. It was obvious that Qi Juexin was about to forge a long sword. A faint sharpness quietly revealed itself, and many of the surrounding participants revealed solemn expressions. A frivolous smile appeared on the corner of Qi Juexin's mouth, and with a hua, an even more majestic and vigorous aura poured out of his body. Dazzling runes flew out of his body, and they were dazzling, like a flock of startled butterflies. At the same time, the mysterious light pattern carved on the high platform beneath Qi Juexin blossomed with an even brighter light, and intense energy fluctuations caused the airflow between heaven and earth to become slightly chaotic. The audience was shocked once again. 25 times the speed of Reiki energy circulation. My God, young City Lord is simply heaven-defying. Just as Qi Juexin had increased the speed of Reiki energy circulation to 25 times, a loud bang suddenly exploded on one of the high platforms. Everyone's expression changed, and then they saw a mass of scattered rune fragments flying around. The chaotic airflow overlapped, and a panicked figure was directly sent flying out and smashed miserably under the platform, his face covered in dust. What was going on? Was he frightened by Qi Juexin? Sure enough, that person helplessly got up from the ground and looked at Qi Juexin's back. He laughed bitterly at himself and then staggered away from the arena. Failure meant no results. However, no one expected that the first person to fail would actually be because Qi Juexin was too strong, causing his mind to be in a mess and causing the rune to collapse. The audience outside the arena could not help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, the young city lord is indeed the young city lord. Just his aura alone is enough to scare someone into giving up. That person is also self-aware. He knows that with such a monster like the young city lord here, doing too much would be unnecessary, so he simply left early to enjoy himself. Buzz. At the same time, Su Lingzu's aura also doubled, and runes fluttered like petals on the platform. The aura that she released was not inferior to Qi Juexin in the slightest. Another 25 times the speed of operation. Wonderful, haha. Su Lingzu, you must win. We are optimistic about you. The atmosphere in the arena soon became lively. Just as Su Lingzu was challenging Qi Juexin, another 2 high platforms had the phenomenon of runes collapsing. Both of them were sent flying by the violent impact. One of them even suffered a backlash from the runes, falling to the ground and vomiting blood. His aura was extremely weak, and he could not even stand up. 2 people consecutively increased their speed to 25 times, which undoubtedly brought great pressure to the other contestants. Everyone's emotions fluctuated quite a bit. Li Chong, Meng Yan, and some other slightly famous geniuses also frowned deeply. According to the situation, they could only watch Qi and Su Lingzu's performance. Of course, no matter how the situation on the arena changed, there were still people who were paying attention to the figure at the back of the square. In the eyes of most people, that young figure was somewhat out of place. He has also begun to solidify his weapon. The low voice was filled with astonishment, surprise, and a trace of doubt. They saw that Chu Hen's body was surrounded by sparkling Reiki energy, and there was no emotional fluctuation in his deep eyes. In the entire arena, it seemed that he was the only one who did not change because of the strength of Qi Juexin and Su Lingzu. Swoosh! Chu Hen lightly flicked his fingertips, and a wisp of Reiki energy twined out, passing through all the halos that wrapped around the metal liquid. Then light overflowed in all directions, and the metal liquid exuded strong energy. Fluctuations converged together. The halo shone like a divine rainbow merging. Immediately, the shape of the light distorted and changed, from wide to long, and one end became sharp. A sword? It's also a sword. The audience was a little surprised. The weapon that Chu Hen wanted to temporarily use was actually the same as Qi Juexin, a longsword. Was this a provocation? The flickering outline of the sharp edge seemed to be inexplicably tit for tat. Idiot. Who does he think he is? How dare he show off in front of the young city lord? Simply ignorant. Although there were other participating geniuses in the arena who also forged longswords, it seemed that everyone was more biased towards Chu Hen alone. Just when everyone was casting disdainful glances, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and circles of Reiki energy burst out. The dazzling runes were like a blossoming rain of petals, illuminating the entire arena. F***CK, it's another 25 times speed. Is this guy crazy? Chapter 1016. F***CK, another 25 times the speed of Reiki energy. Is this guy crazy? He's simply audacious. When they saw the shocking, boundless spiritual chi exploding out from Chu Hen's body, the entire audience instantly went into an uproar, including the 4 patriarchs on the host's viewing platform, Gongsun Shao, Yang Yuan, and the other judges. All of their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. This brat is too reckless. The Shui clan elder, Shui Zhen, who was hosting the competition, couldn't help shaking his head. After Qi Juexin and Su Lingzhu, the two heavens pridelings that everyone had focused their attention on, Chu Hen was not inferior in any way. He had become a powerful dark horse. He was clearly just an earthly rune master, but the power he displayed surpassed all the other heavenly rune masters. Buzz, along with waves of air waves that trembled restlessly, one after another, runes that flickered with fluorescent light quickly flowed out from Chu Hen's fingertips. The light and shadow flew like a colorful rain of flower petals. Under the shroud of the blazing rune fire, the outline of the sword in front of Chu Hen became clearer and clearer, revealing traces of sharpness that shocked everyone. On the other side, Qi Juexin was also forging a long sword. Compared to Chu Hen, the former's progress was a bit faster. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't care about what was happening on the stage. As for Su Lingzhu, she was even calmer. In her view, this was more like an ordinary rune exchange, and there was no need to fight to see who was superior. But no matter what the contestants' mentality was, in the eyes of the audience, this was just an intense war without any smoke of gunpowder. The wind and clouds gathered, and no one gave way to the enemy. All the genius rune masters who came from different places were racing against time and doing their best. These guys, the genius of Yi City, Li Chong, frowned and glanced at the positions of Qi Juexin, Su Lingzhu, and Chu Hen while arranging the rune formation. Qi and Su had already made him feel pressured, and he didn't expect that Chu Hen would appear. They thought that Chu Hen was already fooling around by circulating the Reiki energy 20 times faster than before, but what was even more ridiculous was yet to come. However, from the beginning to the end, the aura released by Chu Hen didn't weaken at all, and he never fell into a disadvantageous position against Qi Juexin and Su Lingzhu. This couldn't help but make people start to doubt whether Chu Hen was truly daring, or if he had always been a vicious character pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Even geniuses like Li Chong and Meng Yan felt an unusual pressure, let alone the other contestants. Bang! Very soon, another rune master was under too much pressure, causing a deviation in the fusion of two runes. After not being able to remedy it in time, it directly caused a complete collapse. The other party let out a panicked cry and was sent flying. This situation was like a chain reaction. The more one didn't want to form a huge gap with the former, the faster one would make mistakes. In less than an hour, there are contestants who failed and left the arena one after another. There were a few unlucky contestants who suffered a serious backlash from the runes, and were even carried out of the arena. There were also 2 or 3 rune masters who were directly sent flying to other people's high platforms. They were really unlucky. They didn't provoke anyone, but they were brought out of the arena by these unexpected disasters. F*CK. You mother *her. If you want to die, go further away. Accompany me to the championship, damn you. The situation on the arena became especially chaotic, and a few contestants who were sent flying for no reason were even gritting their teeth and cursing. In the blink of an eye, close to 20 people were eliminated one after another. At a glance, there seemed to be a lot of empty spots on the arena. Even so, the various high platforms were still bright and dazzling. With a variety of colors, the brilliant and beautiful runes surrounded the rune masters on the platforms, like thousands of stars revolving around the sun and moon. Different colored flames danced up and down, like 100 flowers blooming. As the shadows of the buildings, flowers, and trees gradually changed, the morning sun that rose from the east unknowingly ran to the west. The 2-meter-long burning incense below the platform was also quietly shortened by a third. Out of the 24 hours, for had passed. At this moment, the situation on the arena became increasingly clear. The Reiki energy released by Qi Juexin was operating at a speed that exceeded 25 times. The shape of the long sword in the sea blue flames in front of him was almost perfect. The sword was 3 feet long, straight, and flickered with the blue color of the sea. Although it was in the flames, many people could clearly feel the coolness emitted by the long sword. Good sword. It hasn't been inscribed yet, but its sharpness is already not weaker than a sacred tool. It's really an exciting work." The audience below the arena let out a burst of exclamation. Even Master Refiner Chi-Yin on the VIP seats nodded approvingly. From the preparation of the refiner materials to the polishing of the sword blade, every inch of the details are very well grasped. Truly, the younger generation will surpass the older. When I was at this age, there was a huge gap between me and the young city lord. Brother Qi is overpraising. City Lord Qi Ming shook his head and smiled. How can my son be compared to Brother Qi? You really think too highly of him. Although Qi Ming's words were relatively modest, the expression on his face was full of vigor. Qi Yun naturally rejected Qi Juexin's suggestion, and once again expressed his approval of Qi Juexin. In the blink of an eye, night fell. There was a faint sunset glow on the west side of Jade Spiral Island. The square was crowded with people, and no one chose to leave because of the arrival of the night, even though only one day had passed in reality. To the contestants on the high platform, their efficiency was equivalent to a few days, or even more than 10 days. By the time the incense burned out tomorrow, it would be even longer. Splash! The tide lapped against the shore, splashing layers of water. The sea breeze at night was slightly chilly. Darkness shrouded the sea, but the square of Jade Spiral Island was colorful. As bright as day, the runes that appeared on each high platform were like lanterns that gathered rainbow light, illuminating every corner of the arena. The young city lord is preparing to inscribe the Tool runes. Su Lingzu too. I think it's time for her to inscribe the Pill runes. This speed is really unparalleled. The others simply can't compare at all. Tens of thousands of complicated runes appeared above Qi Juexin and Su Lingzu, and a strong and piercingly cold aura was continuously released from their bodies. The two of them were like the bright moon that was held up by the stars, dazzling. Under Qi Juexin's control, the light released by the runes around him flickered, and between the runes there were traces of optical fibers that connected the runes. The transparent optical fibers connected all the runes, and from afar it looked like a colorful net made of divine rainbows. It was the same on Su Lingzu's side, and the three-dimensional colorful net wrapped the bronze cauldron in front of her, and at the same time the golden flames around the cauldron gradually weakened. Everyone present understood. Both parties had reached a very crucial moment, inscribing Tool runes and Pill runes and combining the power of the weapon and pill with the rune technique. At the same time, at this moment, many people with sharp eyesight could also determine what kind of Tool runes, Pill runes, and Formation runes were inscribed by the contestants based on the rune's attributes and arrangement. That's the 100 penetration Tool rune. On the VIP seats, Gong Sun Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he muttered in a low voice. There was admiration and praise in his eyes as he looked at Qi Juexin. Beside him, Yang Yuan and Qi Yun also nodded, and the former solemnly said, "In the heaven rank runes, the 100 penetration Tool runes difficulty can be ranked in the top 15. Young city governor is so young, yet you're able to master such a high rank rune technique. It truly makes us blush with shame." The corners of Qi Ming's mouth rose slightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Soon after, Gong Sun Xiao looked at Su Lingzu's position once again. As he looked at the beautiful and dazzling runes and the complicated and profound runes, Gong Sun Zhao's face was also filled with astonishment. This is the arrangement of the Heaven Reversal Pill rune. It had to be said that Gong Sun Zhao's eyesight was indeed extraordinary, and he saw through the two's rune arrangement with a single glance. This girl is also an extraordinary genius. The difficulty of the Heaven Reversal Pill rune is not any easier than the 100 penetration Tool rune. Yang family elder Yang Yuan said meaningfully. Qi Yin nodded. Looks like the Su family of Zhongyuan Castle has produced an extraordinary girl. Look, that guy is also starting to inscribe the Tool rune. What? The sudden exclamations in the arena caused the group of people in the host stand to look at Chu Hen's position. It was still operating at 25 times the Reiki energy speed. It was still following closely behind Qiming and Su Lingzu. It could be said to be a miracle that a mere earth rune master was able to reach this step. However, Chu Hen was constantly refreshing everyone's understanding and bottom line. Buzz, buzz. The runes that filled the sky were like stars in the vast universe that were interconnected, and they surrounded the long sword in the middle of the flames, forming a three-dimensional rune net. The crowd looked at the long sword in front of Chu Hen. The front was sharp and slender, and the further back it went, the wider it became. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, and it flickered with silver arcs, giving people the feeling that it was an icicle. The design of this sword is a little interesting, but what are these tool runes? I have not seen this kind of rune arrangement before. Moreover, there are quite a few runes that I have never seen before. Just as the crowd below the arena was discussing in low voices, Gongsun Xiao, Yang Yuan, and Qi Yun in the VIP seats could not help but frown. Gongsun Xiao was a little surprised. After a while, his Adam's apple gently moved, and he said a few words in a deep voice. Eternity Heart Tool Rune.